Hey guys, how you doing? Savage Red Recovery here, back for another live stream. Just wanted to touch on some of the stuff that's been going on this week, and the topic of this is race isn't a problem. Change my mind. So this channel is about bringing men together and building men up. In the news, the last few months, especially this week, there's been a lot of stuff going on between the races with a race narrative that's been being pushed by the media, and this is a open discussion. It's a panel for if race is an issue or if it's not an issue, and I believe it's not. So change my mind. You are more than welcome to come on and tell me your point of view and tell me how I'm wrong or tell me how I'm right. I just wanted to do this today because I had the time, and I think that it was an important issue to bring up for the simple fact that, like I said, there's been multiple stories this week, especially in the last few months. So anyone that wants to come on here and have a discussion on this panel is more than welcome. I'm about to put the StreamYard link down here into the chat, and you guys can tell me what you guys think, if you agree, if you disagree. Yeah, that's pretty much it. How's everyone's Friday going so far? You know, it's only 8:37 on Friday. I assume people are enjoying their weekend. I know I'm glad that it is now the weekend. I've been having problems sleeping this whole week, so I really haven't been posting as much videos as I'd like to be posting because I don't know what's going on with my sleep. I couldn't tell you. I've been pretty much coming home from work every day and sleeping for 3 or 4 hours and then not being able to sleep at night. But let's let some more people file down into the chat. And I'm going to put this StreamYard in here again, so anyone's welcome to come into the stream. Tell me how you agree. Tell me how you disagree with me. Hey, MK, how you doing? How are you doing? But yeah, so in Oregon, there was the main issue of this is the idea that we've been being taught that there is a white and black problem with white people being racist towards black people and black people being hated on in the media. I believe is a false reality. I think the media has been pushing something. I'm good, MK. I can't complain. I feel that that's a false. It's a lie. In Oregon, they just this topic you could go either way with it, but in Oregon, there's a county that made mandatory for mask, and black folks don't have to wear it. They don't have to wear a mask. It's optional to them, which you can either look at that as a couple of ways. It's racist because they don't want blacks to be safe, or they just want to oppress white people, or like you can look at that topic either way. Of course, they're trying to cause division, but you can look at it either way on that issue. But another thing that makes me think that the reality that we live in is not true is if you guys looked at Bubba Wallace and the fake race hoax. I feel like the media and Black Lives Matter and everything that's going on with the police has been a problem, to where someone tells Bubba that there's a noose hanging in his in his garage and he flips out and happens just to be a pull string. I think that this narrative is not actually benefiting anybody, and I feel that there's more racism and more problems going towards the white race because of this false reality. Another thing, just in the last couple years, a lot of the racial attacks or racial hate crime stuff have been hoaxes. There's been countless crimes that have hit the media that was supposed to be a hate crime, but later were found out that they weren't true. They were made up. Now, I will say, yeah, like if you would think that if the country was so racist that you wouldn't have to make up hate crimes, like you wouldn't have to make them up. But anytime like a white person gets a hate crime, you don't see it in the news. But most of the time, when it's a white attacker and a black victim, it ends up being fake or over dramatized or a narrative that isn't necessarily true. So that is what that's what this live stream is about. Also, I just want to say shout out to all the subscribers and all the support you guys have all the support that you guys have given me, because I am now at 186 subscribers. I received my first donation last Friday or last Saturday. I forget what day it was, but it was a day last week. I believe it was last week. I got my first donation, which I didn't ask for. So like that's a blessing. It's a blessing that people were willing to donate to me without me saying it or asking, because I don't really think that I'm at the level to really deserve donations. So it was just astonishing to me. Also, some news. I just upgraded some stuff in my studio, so coming next week I'll be using a different camera. So that's a good thing. But yeah, the main idea of this was to be a panel discussion. So I'm going to drop this link. Anyone that agrees with, if you agree or disagree, you're more than welcome to hop in here. Also, I have another interview coming up tomorrow of a guy that I helped get sober. Like, he was already sober, but he lived with me, and he wasn't, I don't think he had a complete year of being sober yet. He lived with me, and he went from living in a halfway house like me to being middle class just like me. I don't think he's a felon. I don't think he fucked his life up like I did, but he decided to go into the trade. He's an iron worker. He's now doing really good, and we're going to go through his path of what it was like when he was a kid and what he was doing and what led him down the road to get to a halfway house and drug addiction, and what he did to overcome it and what he's doing now to better himself. So that should be tomorrow. That stream should be coming out. If not tomorrow, Sunday. But what do you guys think? What do you guys think about this racial narrative? Do you think that racism was a problem in America the way that we're told about it? Or do you think that I'm just full of shit? You can think either way. It's okay either way. I don't see you guys. Oh, there's one.
Yo, what's good, man? How you doing?
All right. Now I can hear you. So what's going on?
Yeah. Not much. How's my camera? Can y'all see me?
Yeah, I can see you.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. So I saw a topic that I jump in real quick.
You're more
I
welcome.
agree, man. Yeah.
This is a panel discussion. This is the whole idea. The whole idea of this was to do a panel discussion. That's why it's
Yeah.
changed my mind.
Yeah. The
But
thing is, I doubt I'm gonna be doing much changing your mind because I agree with you on that.
okay.
Yeah. Like I think right now the main focus of the media is to use any and all opportunity to poison the well against people, right? Like, for example, with the George Floyd issue, we had a great opportunity for everybody to come together against what is perceived as police brutality. And that was a clear example of police using too much force. And we turned it into something that was racial, and it didn't need to be.
That's true.
Yeah. And we find every excuse to make anything racial. We had the Bubba Wallace issue, like you talked about. That wasn't even an incident, and it was a hoax. They blew up. We just had Jesse Smollett, and we didn't even think that maybe this nigga with the name Bubba might not be a kind of guy we want to rush to protect.
Well, my thing of it is it seems like a lot of the people that are coming out with these hoaxes, most of them are mixed.
Yeah.
So, like, for example, when it comes to this idea of like I don't know if I don't even know if he's mixed. He looks like he's mixed, but Kaepernick was
Yeah.
protesting in the NFL. I don't know if he himself is a mixed race. I don't know what
Yeah.
his genetics is, but I know that he was adopted and his family's white.
Yeah.
Bubba Wallace is white. I don't think that Jesse Smollett is 100%. He has a French name. I don't think he's 100% black.
He's mixed. He's mixed.
So like you have all these guys that are mixed, and they are pushing this idea of like this hatred, which is crazy to me, because I don't understand how you can be. I don't understand how you can literally see white people or have white people around you every day, and then come down to this idea that white people are clearly racist. Like,
It's a matter of weakness and Stockholm syndrome, right? So you're surrounded by the people who love you, but you're obsessed with the people who hate you, people who don't want to be near you, the people who think you're inferior, right? And I don't think every black person does this, but if you're biracial, you see it every day. You get treated like a lesser. You get treated like you're not really one of them, which is true. We're not. We're daywalkers, man. We're in between, and because we don't have a classification, we don't have anywhere where we're really accepted. We try to overdo it, right? Instead we don't look white enough to be white. Like Bubba Wallace, man, he could pass for white any day, man. Name like Bubba, looking like him with that kind of hair, he fine. But he'd pass off as white. Most people wouldn't even think twice about it. They just think he's some kind of Italian or some shit, right? But you got people like myself, Colin Kaepernick with the afro and everything, and they're the first people who get most of this shit. They know they can't pass for looking white, so what they do is they go hard to the black, because the black people is where they feel like they're going to get accepted, because they've been oppressed and it's easier being a victim than taking responsibility. So they jump on that bandwagon, or like in my situation, I was told I was black and that I should be ashamed of not representing it. And you go overboard. You jump way too far to the left, and you're desperate to prove to them that, yeah, you're just like them. You get brutalized by police the same way they do. You get racialized threats the same way they do. You get all this kind of hate from the racist white man, right? Whereas white people don't hate you. They barely even notice you. They see you just as the same as everybody else. Now, it might not be all, right? But I know that when I was growing up, I got more shit from black people for not being black enough than I ever got from white people for being anything.
Well, the weird thing about that is, like, like, I don't, like, and this is the other thing, that this is, it seems like a lot of these problems are dudes. Like, don't get me wrong, there just happened to be an issue yesterday or the other day with a woman and her kid, but usually it's men. It's men. Like, it's been Jesse Smollett was a man, Kaepernick was a man, Bubba was a man. I really can't think of any other names off the top of my head. But why do you think it's so important for these men to feel like they belong somewhere? Because the absolute fact of being a man is being able to be by yourself.
Inadequacy. Inadequacy. They don't feel like they don't feel like they're hood enough, right? There's a lot of guys who, like, let's say for example, they dating a black chick, right? Well, now you gotta be, huh? Well, I know Smollett. He's a butt pirate for sure, and we all know that. He made no attempt at hiding it. But the thing is, like, if you're dating someone black, or even if you're dating someone white, you might feel the need to prove yourself to be what they either fetishize or what they, like, look to as a great example, right? So you're gonna hear a lot of people speaking Ebonics. Why? They don't need to. They, like, Colin Kaepernick went to a good school, got a great education, all paid for by his white parents, right? But you'll see him throw out every single Ebonic term you can find. He won't say police. He'll say police, right? He won't say ambulance. He'll say ambulance. Why? Because he has to. Because he got to get that street cred. Because he got to prove he's a black Tupac. Or he's a gay Tupac. Sorry. Right? He got to prove that he's blacker than you are. And he's got, because especially with him being a fag, like, he need to go harder than hard. He got to prove himself 6 times over, because black people don't like fags, man. They're not cool with them. They're not down with them.
But, like, this is really what blows my mind, in all honesty. Yeah. It blows my mind, though, that, like, in my given day, like, do you know how many people don't, like, I rub the wrong way? Like, do you know how many people in my life that I just, like, I'm the type of dude that, like, if you bother me, like, the smallest thing, I'll cut you out of my life. Like, that, like, yeah. I won't put up with fuck shit more than, like, once.
Yeah.
But, like, I don't care what other people think, and I don't understand why so many of these men are so worried about belonging. Like, don't get me wrong, like, I went through high school and shit. Like, you know, there was a time and place where, like, social pressures bothered me. But once I left high school and got out of the whole school syndrome, like, I really don't give a fuck what anyone does. I really don't.
Yeah, and see, the thing is, that's the thing that most people don't overcome, or, like, most healthy people overcome it. Right, it's a need for acceptance into a tribe when you're in high school, grade school, because you need protection. When you go into a man, you make your own life decisions and you better yourself and you become above it. And then you create your own tribes, but at the same time, you don't need them and they don't need you. You just have them around, right? And a lot of people, especially when their desire to belong overrides their ability to be self-sufficient, they'll lean harder into it. And you got to understand, with situations like Colin Kaepernick, right, we're in a sport that's heavily dominated by African Americans. You got Juicy Smollett over there being all gay and shit on the set of an all-black television show. And you got Bubba Wallace being the closest thing to mocha they ever found in NASCAR. Ain't nobody driving no fast cars over there. They should be, to be honest, but they ain't. Bubba Wallace wanted to prove that he's a Barack Obama of NASCAR. That was his goal, right?
Well, this is what's crazy.
Yeah.
This is what's crazy. All right, so in Virginia and parts of the South, you have black folks that do like NASCAR, but what's insane to me is this driver decides to push. We have to get rid of the flag, and there's one black guy, and he's not even black; he's mixed in NASCAR, and they're like, you know what? You're right. That's what we're gonna do. Like, that's what we're gonna do.
It's a stupid PR stunt. It's a desperate PR stunt. It's not. It's pointless. Why are you gonna get rid of the Daisy Dukes flag? The fucking what were they called? What's that show called, man? Dukes of Hazzard flag. Yeah, I'm trying to get rid of Dukes of Hazzard flag. Ain't nobody got a problem with it, right? I had this girl. I put on I was on Tommy's comment section, and somebody said something about like you need to know the history. When I said I don't care if they fly it, just make sure it's below the American flag. They said you got to know the history. Bitch, I know the history. Man, you never shut up about the history. No, it's about the fact that you're just flying something you want to. It's your house, your property. Fly it if you fucking feel like it. Why are you gonna get rid of it? Because two people give a shit? I don't really care. All right? It's just they're desperate to try to make themselves marketable to to a group of people who don't pay for your shit anyways. Like, I don't know why the NFL decided to take the side of Colin Kaepernick, right? Because the other guys on the field, they ain't leaving. You could call them all kinds of words you want to their face. They ain't leaving because they know they ain't going to get this money no other place. And they know there's a bunch of hungry-ass motherfuckers just one rung below them ready to take their job. They know if they break their ankle, their career is dead and dusted, right? So they can't take no stand. LeBron James is taking a stand at the end of his career, not at the beginning, right? Kyrie Irving's mouthing off now because he's got a guaranteed contract. Right, but by the way, Kyrie Irving is trash, man. But yeah, sorry.
Well, what people don't realize is one of the arguments that they make with Kaepernick is they make the argument that when Kaepernick was protesting peacefully, no one wanted him to do it, and now that there's riots and stuff going on, which I don't know if you know this, the riots are still going on, the protesting is still going on, it's just not being covered in the media, but the issue for Kaepernick wasn't the fact that they didn't like the NFL bent the knee to him, okay? But they lost money, and when his contract came back up to sign, which he was a subpar player, like he wasn't doing great. As soon as he started protesting is when he started to get more clout. He was a bench warmer, and when his contract came up, they offered him a contract, and he felt that he deserved more money, and he didn't sign it. And because he didn't sign it, he no longer could play. And it wasn't that they kicked him out of the league. It was that, one, he wanted more money, and he wasn't financially worth the money, and he would have been playing on a bench somewhere else, and he didn't want to play on the bench. And he had become cancer or became toxic to any team that he went to, and he wanted more money, and he wasn't even playing. So, like, the whole situation that he had made, he wasn't worth the contract, and he wasn't worth what he wanted and the negative publicity that he was bringing. So that's why they pushed him out of – that's why he ended up out of the league. And then they went to – do you know that they were going to sign him back, and he was supposed to go for a tryout, and he went and did a tryout across town this year? Yeah. So he won't be playing because of his decision?
Well, see, that's the thing. That was also a publicity stunt on his part, right? He doesn't want to play football, right? He's making more money being Nike's bitch, right? Oh, man, we need to fix police brutality, but don't worry, China, we're not going to stop you guys, exploiting children, making shoes. A hooroo. Right? Nah, he got no problem with injustice as long as injustice is paying him, right? But he was doing it as a PR stunt, right? Like, look, I'm trying, but the reason why they ain't gonna sign me is because they didn't want to come to me. I'm above you now. I don't gotta go to you. I don't gotta go where it's already been designated. He changed up all the plans at the last minute for his own benefit. So this way he can say that it's not because I didn't make the cut. It's not that I wasn't good enough. It was the fact that they just didn't want to come to me. They're just that racist, right? That's his way of distancing himself from that while still trying to look good, right? It was a bitch move. It really was. He knew that he's been out of shape for over a year. He ain't been playing the sport. He ain't been throwing nothing except for bullshit. Right? And so he knew if he went to that tryout, he wouldn't be in game shape. Take a year off of sport at the top at the upper echelons of the sport. Even Michael Jordan took him a full year to recover from switching to baseball. This man sat on his ass eating nachos and shit, doing nothing. He wasn't training. He was talking. He wasn't ready for that. He wasn't ready for that workout. He had no intention of being ready for that workout. That's why he switched it. Because they came to him, and then he moved it again.
Well, the other thing of it is I don't know if you guys saw, but they also came out with some information from Facebook saying that last year in Facebook's guidelines, the only group that you can hate against is white men. It's that their hate speech and their hate speech guidelines, you can't do that unless it's white people. If it's a white man, then it's okay. And that was in their like their guidelines.
Yeah.
So another thing that just came out was a woman in Atlanta, I believe, or Virginia, or Jersey. In Jersey, her and her son went to go into a restaurant, and they wouldn't serve her. They wouldn't let her in. And there was a dress code, and the dress code was you couldn't wear athletic wear. And her son was wearing basketball shorts, and he was wearing a Michael Jordan shirt, and they didn't serve him. And she was like, well, that white boy's in here, and he was wearing like khaki shorts that weren't basketball shorts. And she tried to make it into a problem to where the managers got fired for upholding the dress code, and also the like she's suing them, and now it's a big race issue over
anything for a quick buck, man. Anything for a quick buck, right? Like with everything looking the way it is, with shit going the way it's going right now, as far as capitulation is concerned, with all these elected officials on their knees begging, pleading for somebody to forgive them for guilt and sins that they ain't even done. Right? Jesus died on the cross, got rid of our original sin. Now, who's got to die on the cross to get rid of this sin? I don't know. But ain't nobody had no problem with no Irish slavery. Ain't nobody had no problem with slavery all throughout the world. And nobody's got a problem with slavery going on right now in Africa. Right? After Muammar Gaddafi died, they didn't give a shit. They reopened up them slave trades. And who's complaining? Colin Kaepernick? No. LeBron James? Nah. Kyrie Irving? Mm-mm. Right? But the reason why they did this, they're scared that maybe, just maybe, this woman has an argument. So they got rid of all their staff, and they try to dot their I's and put a line through their T's, across all their T's and shit. So that way there was no chance of this huge PR nightmare, this racial blowback coming on to them, the high-ups. They don't give a shit. Let's be honest. If you're CEO or COO of a company, you don't give a flying fuck about no racism, right? You think Google cares that the vast majority of its staff is white, Asian, and Indian? No, right? And they're not going to. They're going to say, oh, we're doing things to hire these specific minorities, and they'll never do it because they know that they're only hiring the people who are good at their job because there's another company around the corner just waiting to be better than you, right? So what they're trying to do is they're trying to make themselves look as good as possible in the public eye. But let's be sure we understand some of these companies don't care. They'll give you whatever kind of breadcrumbs to shut you the hell up. That's simple. That's simple.
Well, there actually is, I guess, some lawsuits going on with Facebook because they believe that people have been not getting hired on the fact that they're white, and like I think this whole idea, like I think this whole idea of affirmative action and uh, quotas. I think quotas doesn't help anybody
No,
because
why wouldn't it?
if yeah, because even if you're a black doctor, all right, and you're the best doctor at the hospital, because there's a affirmative action, someone working next to you or someone that you're working for, as in like a patient, is going to maybe questioned if are you a good doctor or are you not a good doctor, because did you really have like the problem is if you have a standard and you don't enforce that standard, then you don't know necessarily if you've met that standard. But like it's just like in
No.
the police force of the army, women have one standard and men have another standard. So like if you have a black woman, that's a double affirmative action. Like she's a woman, so the standard's lower, and she's black. So what standard did she have to be? Like it puts, when you start doing it based off of skin, like you're really hurting the person that you're trying to help.
Absolutely, you are. Because what you're doing is you're putting that shadow of doubt in people's mind no matter what. Anytime I see, and I do this a lot, because my buddy right now, he's looking for work in the medical field, right? He's a virologist, right? That's what he's studying. He's doing my molecular, was it microbiology? Well, biomedical science is what he's into, right? From biomedical science, and I'm helping him with his applications. And they always say, "Oh, this won't affect your ability to be hired." But what kind of racialized community you do fall into, right? And they make sure that they explain it very specifically, what all the categories are, so you know. And you can choose to not put in what you are, but they'll just assume, right? They'll look at your name, they'll be like, your name is some extremely white, like Jeffrey Smith. There's no way that guy's black, so they're going to assume that you're white. They're probably going to discard it, right? But the thing is, these hiring practices, you get a lot of useless motherfuckers, right? You get a lot of in the way people, because you're not going for the cream of the crop. You're going as far down to the bottom as you can, right? And you're leaving people with this sense, this idea that you're not good enough, right? Like no one was going to look at the Asian doctor and go, I don't think that man's gonna know how to do my script right. No one looks at the Indian doctor and does that. No one looks at the white doctor and does it. No one looks at the Muslim doctor and does it. But you get a brother in there or a Hispanic in there, and I don't know. I wanna hear you speaking whiter than me. I wanna hear him speaking whiter than you. If I'm gonna take some pills from him. I'm gonna trust their medical opinion. I'm gonna need them to talk like Carson over there, like Dr. Ben Carson. So I ain't gonna trust them. But you no matter what, when you have these deceptive hiring practices, what you're doing is you're saying, even if you're not trying to, you're saying you're not good enough. So we're gonna rig the system in your favor. And if you still can't win, you're even worse. Like imagine what that makes you feel like if the system is rigged in your favor and you still can't get a job.
That's
You're
true.
a complete jackass. The thing is, they will actually go after certain groups, right? So like if you're a black person but you got the wrong opinion, you get fired too. So even if you're extremely qualified for the job, you have to be extremely qualified for the job and have the right opinion, or else you lose your job. They get rid of you for any reason.
So what do you think the real issue is when it comes to race? Do you think it's that there is no issue, or do you believe that there's something else that's an issue?
Yeah, I think it's weakness. It's male weakness. I hate to say this, but the feminists got one thing right, and it's male fragility is running amok up in this bitch. We got a bunch of niggas so ready to appease anything just to avoid conflict. I think that right now we're focusing on the wrong issue, right? Everyone gets all up in arms about the N-word. oh man, niggas the N word, and it's this, that, yeah. Nah, man, the real N word is no, because we don't fucking say it no more. You can't. But when was the last time a politician looked some angry, disgruntled black person in the face? Hey, man, shut the fuck up. Nah, just no more. A gay person, no, man. We want to make the kids trans. We want to start forcing sexual identity in kids in grade 1, 2, 3, SK, JK, prime pedophilia age, right? When was the last time you heard a politician say, "Get that bullshit up out of here"? No. How about so the gay agenda? That's a go. You got the black agenda, and the thing is, the only reason why they're agreeing to the shit that black people want is because it's shit that's easy to appease. It's shit that doesn't matter. It doesn't mean anything. Right? They're not trying to improve these neighborhoods. They're just trying to give them more handouts so they shut up and be placated. Right? In what world is it okay to even consider trans kids? Right? If you're 18 and up, you want to cut your dick off and do all kinds of dodo shit with it, go ahead, man. I don't give a fuck. But why are we doing this to 12-year-olds? Why are we doing this to 10-year-olds? Why is it that there was a kid in my home country, in Montreal, running around doing burlesque dancing in front of creepy old motherfucking French people? And we let that shit happen. We praised it. There's a picture of that fucking kid online standing next to a male trans porn star, naked. And no one said nothing.
That's a little weird.
That's a thing. It happened. And then the same fag came up on America Today, or that morning show with a dude with a massive gap in his tooth. And they applauded him. They said he was stunning and brave. For doing what? Burlesque dancing in front of creepy old white dudes from Montreal? We're promoting degeneracy, and we're calling it progress. And the thing is, the black community's pushing this shit too, because it's not. See, the thing is, the black community is pushing all the fuck shit, and what the problem is, we seem to think the black community is black people, but no, it's these people who want to lead the black people, who see themselves as the voice of the people, who are pushing this fuck shit. You ask the regular folk on the street, hey man, what you think about them trans kids? Trans kids? They look at you with disgust that you even brought it up. But you're going to see everybody on television, the Cory Bookers of the world, going, yeah, this is a defining issue for our generation. Why is it even a question? The children.
Yeah, there's a lot of bullshit that's going on with that stuff.
But the thing is, it's because the men are so weak as to let this happen. They're being raised by single mothers. They're being raised without strong cultural ties. They have no tie to tradition. We're willing to throw away everything old for something new, some fuck shit. It's weird. About 10 years ago, if somebody even brought up the idea of trans kids, they'd slap you in the face. 20 years ago, they'd have beat your ass. 30 years ago, they'd have shot you. 40 years ago, you just go missing.
It's true.
But in 10 years, trans kids are going to be normal. In 20 years, pedophilia is going to run amok in this bitch.
Yeah, they're already trying to do that now.
Well, it all started with us perverting words, man. It started at gay marriage, the civil union, right? Then, because the thing is, once everybody agreed, because it's an easy win, right? Everybody agreed that gay people have the right to be married. Well, gay people already did. It was called civil union, right? But now that you perverted that and you pushed that, most people are just like, man, shut up. Yeah, whatever, just go away. What was next? Trannies, right? And then we started feeling bad, and it was like, yeah, man, like nobody should be getting their ass kicked in the streets. Right? And I don't agree with that. I don't think you should hit anybody unless they're hitting you. But then once we let that go, that level of degeneracy go, we started getting non-binary, and then it was a slow trickle. But then it went real fast. In 2015, all of a sudden, trans kids was now a new thing, right? Babies. No longer are we saying that a boy is a boy because he got a dick and a girl is a girl because she got a clam. No. Now they're babies. They decide their gender when they get older. That's the way we're doing it now, right? And then once that was a thing, they started moving on to trans kids. And why trans kids are so crucial is because once you agree that a kid has any control over their sexuality, then it's a slow walk to pedophilia, because you said the kid understands sexuality. Well, now, why can't they fuck him? Other than it's fucking sick. But legally, well, they understand. Because there's no longer you can make the argument that kids can't understand if you've already made the argument legally that they can. And it sickens me to my core that we allow these things, these conversations to happen. Like the second somebody brings up that like I'm a pedophile but I'm not evil, bitch, you want to fuck a child? What the fuck's wrong with you?
It's true.
Like what? And we're gonna act like that's normal now? And the thing is, they're teaching this shit in school because it's part of the liberal rhetoric, man. Because the people, like if you look at all these powerful liberals, they all Epsteined up. They're all friends with anybody. They all got massive connection to anybody like the diddle kids. And why haven't we arrested these people? Bill Clinton flying on that fucking jet a bunch of times. Ain't nobody saw no problems with that. Prince Andrew got his ass all up out of here as fast as he could. Oh, I didn't know Epstein would do that. That's so weird, man. And they call us conspiracy theorists and call us crazy and call us paranoid. But everything we keep saying comes true. How long have people been saying Epstein's a creep?
Long time.
How long have we been saying that there's some fuck shit going on in Hollywood?
Long time.
How long have we been saying that the Clintons up to something?
Forever.
Like the list goes on and on and on, man. When people said that the Gulf of Tonkin was fake, they were all called crazy. Gulf of Tonkin was fake, right? People who said that Epstein was a cretin, a pedophile. She was a cretin, pedophile. People who said that Hillary Clinton wasn't up to no fuck shit. I mean, a dude shooting himself twice in the head. That's some pretty like either bad accuracy or he's just invincible, right? He shot himself twice in the back of the head. I mean, damn.
Well, Epstein, he hung himself, but there are people that were associated with, that were associated with the Clintons that shot himself in the head a lot.
Well, yeah, no, I was talking about that you know that case of that guy who somehow magically shot himself in the back of the head twice? Epstein hung himself in a room with nothing to hang himself with.
Yeah. There is nothing in there to hang him. So have you heard, so I just heard about this this movie. Have you guys heard about the movie called Cracker?
No, never heard of it. Is it good?
I haven't seen it, and so pretty much what it is, the premise of this movie is that a Nazi or a white supremacist in modern time somehow goes through a it hasn't come out yet, but it's being like promoted. He goes through like a time warp, or somehow he gets taken out of today and goes into an alternate reality to where black folks are the slave owners and white people are the slaves. And like the whole movie is about how he's trying to make America white again and the blacks are oppressing him. And then like the comments on the page and stuff are stuff like white people need to get a taste of it. And if you look up ABBA and Preach, they did a video on it today, and they didn't do a video on it. Who did a video on it? Someone did a video on it, but like I was like I just see a bunch of ignorant stuff. Like even Ab Preach, like, you know, they're Canadian, they're up there with you, and like they made a comment about, like, I literally heard them in a video today say that since the how do they word it? Since, like, he pretty much, they worded it in a way that said that America, like Americans, Eastern Europeans or Western Europeans, or however you want to say it, are started the slave trade. Like, it was like white people white people started it. Like, they were like, it wasn't about racism. It was about the Europeans wanted free labor, so they just got free labor. And I was thinking to myself, like you realize that the slave trade was going on for hundreds of years, like thousands of years.
That shit is biblical.
Before we even was like,
that
hey,
shit's biblical.
We could do that.
Look. This is how slavery worked, and it's an ugly little truth that nobody wants to talk about. All right, back in the day, they didn't really have currency. All right, they had barter systems. Well, people had the idea that your shit could be my shit if I killed your ass. So a bunch of niggas get together and they'd be like, that guy's got a chicken. I don't got a chicken. I'll split this chicken with you 5 ways if we go beat this dude's ass, take a shit. Well, eventually, individuals, that tribe grew bigger. Those tribes would fight other tribes. If you lost, what do you think? They spared you? They just let you go home? No, they took you as a slave. Now you got to do for them all the shit they don't want to do. They rape your bitch, and they make you a slave. And that shit still goes on today in Africa. And you had the Jews were slaves in Egypt, right? That biblically. So you can't really say it was white people back then, because you have to argue that Jesus was white, or you're gonna have to argue that the Egyptians were white. And that's a hard fought argument, right? But slavery didn't stop. Uganda had made the most money off of the slave trade. They actually got pissed when the English announced they were eradicating it. Uganda was the slave trade kingpins, man. They was just getting all the black people. You're trying to tell me that some Portuguese dude ran down a bunch of niggas? Have you seen the NFL? Have you tried and watched those Portuguese? Like, you think there's a Portuguese running back? you think there's the Portuguese guys go catch some dude on a full sprint? You think the Portuguese are beating Usain Bolt?
I don't think so.
They don't even make the Olympics. You think a bunch of pasty skinned dudes are getting out in the African savannah and just going, "Yep, I feel right at home." Now they're going like, "Shit, I got no cloud cover." I'm making it's a little racial, but look, there's genetics involved, and you're not gonna do that. They traded for you, right? They traded for African slaves because they had guns, they had cool shit. And Africans were like, "Man, we got them niggas over there. You want them? I'll give you 12 niggas for one gun." What, you gonna say no? You're out here trying to trade, make some money. Now you just made a bunch of money off some fuck shit. And there was nothing wrong with slavery back then, because it was a standard. You lose a war, you're a slave. I own you because what standing do you have? Like, it sounds bad when you hear about it, because people have this natural inclination to say that, yeah, slavery was evil. It's like, well, yeah. But if you had the choice between slavery and having all your people killed, would you want that? Ask the Tenguts if they'd rather have been slaves or get genocided by Genghis Khan. Guess what? You never heard of the Tenguts? Nope. Because on Genghis' deathbed, he's like, "Man, I just want one thing before I kick off to the next life. Murder all the motherfuckers, get rid of them, erase them from history." And you know what they did? They killed them all. Spared not one of them. Would you rather that or slavery?
Well,
no one flinches at Irish slavery.
Well, during the time that slaves were coming from the African continent to America, there were more white slaves taken into Africa than there were black slaves that came to America.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Slaves are slaves. Slaves are slaves. They tried to take Indian slaves, but they're just lazy. They were really good with numbers, but they weren't good for manual labor, right? But the question is, like, is slavery bad? Well, I don't know. If you ask me, right, you gave me a choice: be a slave in America or be a free man in Africa. Let me tell you, guaranteed 3 meals a day beats the hell out of getting chased around by a lion. I don't know about you, but I don't think I got it. I don't think I got the balls to overpower a lion. I'm already like, my husky gives me, he gives me looks. I'm like, bitch, I gotta watch you, right? Get too friendly, you gonna go all wolf on my ass. I ain't gonna have nothing to stop you, right? But like, I'm gonna test a lion, a tiger. How about I just stay in comfort? Like, look, again, slavery is not good. It's something we don't practice today in the West. Something they practice in Africa. Something they practice in other third world countries. But same time, if you assess the time period, why was there no abolish the white slaves? Why was there no treat the Irish better? Why was there no treat the Chinese better? You don't hear the Chinese bring up the Chinese treatment. I mean, you might hear some new bit motherfuckers who just bitch ass niggas trying to bring it up, but you never hear about Japanese people complaining about internment camps. You never hear about Japanese people complaining about the treatment they got over in Hiroshima and Nagasaki. You never hear about the Chinese complaining about the whole for every one mile of railroad is one Chinese man's body next to it. Same thing with the Irish on the other side. The reason why you don't hear about that is because people who have strong values, people who aren't weak, people who are raised in a culture of strong men, they tend not to complain because they just either accept that they accept that they're going to have to work for their success, or they feel shame in being a victim. But the average African American, because they're raised entirely by women and they're taught to think like women, they don't have shame. Because if you listen to women's culture, right? Fat shaming, kink shaming, slut shaming.
I'm about to do a video actually after we get off this live stream about Findom.
Yeah.
Have you heard of Findom?
Nope.
Yeah.
Sounds interesting.
So it's like being an ethot or a gold digger or a sugar baby, but to like the max. So Findom means fine. Yeah. So Findom means financial dominant. All right. So these women control men financially to where these women say they give financial satisfaction by relinquishing power to these women by giving them money. And the video that I'm going to be doing, the lady talks about how she takes 25% of her slaves or her submissives' income.
Do you see how far we've fallen as men that's acceptable? The fuck? Yeah. What?
Yes.
That's acceptable to people? There's dudes out there right now that are cool with this relationship they having with these ethos. See what I mean by no shame? No shame with absolutely being useless and providing nothing. Where's the substance in that? And the thing is, right now, there's nobody, there's very few men just going like, yo, what is the fuck we doing here? Like, who's raising these people that they're so weak that they will give money to a woman and she will throw it in their face and they're still cool with it? What? That's some Stockholm Syndrome shit. She's abusing you publicly. You're seeing it happen. And you're still like, baby, let me just kick you another $100, $200, $3,000. What?
Yeah, I don't get it.
Could you ever imagine doing that?
No, not me.
Man, Let me tell you something. If my girlfriend did some fuck shit like that, if she borrowed $20 and she like threw it in my face like, yeah, fuck you, I'd be like, excuse me? Thank you. You can go get your own $20.
Well,
It's some equality shit.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I ain't paying for nothing. I ain't doing nothing unless I've slid. If I haven't slid through something, you ain't getting nothing from me. Like absolutely nothing.
Exactly. Look. If I haven't tap swipe and insert my card and anything yet, guess what? You don't gotta do it. But here's the thing. Now imagine if that shit was reversed. Hmm? You think there'd be a bunch of dudes online going right now like, yeah, I let my girlfriend buy me some shit. She bought me Gucci yesterday. Immediately be like, yo, look at this bitch ass, pussy ass nigga. He can't even earn his own money. He's such a deadbeat dork. Like, you'd be ashamed of that guy. Like, look, like, what's her face? Adele's husband suing for half his shit. And everybody's like, fuck that motherfucker. You think if I slid up in Oprah Winfrey's lesbian ass and then just turn around and be like, yo, Oprah, I want half your shit. You think the feminist news networks, you think CNN would be like, I'm a great guy, I'm a hero, I deserve it? No. K-Fed got his shit thrown at his face because he dared to take Britney Spears' money.
Well, why do you think that? Why do you think that they're mad that Del, she has to pay him, and the feminists were mad. Were mad that he said he didn't deserve any of the money.
Simple, because it affects them. Because someday, because these Baron Karens are eventually gonna, like, they hope that some guy would want to touch their skeezy, nasty, no shaven ass. That like maybe some guy would marry them, and maybe they make more money than the guy, and maybe that guy would divorce them. They ain't getting shit, and then he might take some shit from them. If you see some of these dudes, these gross fucking, I'm with her motherfuckers, like, yeah, this guy couldn't hold a job down to save his goddamn life. To roast people.
Well,
No, but
why
that's
do you
just
think?
me.
Why do you think Oprah's whatever dude's name is? I forget his name.
Her beard?
Yeah, her beard. She's been with him for years, and they never got married.
Because he serves a purpose, right? He's just the beard. He's there literally just to make it look like she likes men.
I know why he's there. I know what a beard is, but I'm just saying, like why do you think she's never married him?
Because the thing is, she knows that if he wants to leave, he take $500 million. She got $2 billion. This chick, and she got some, right? And if he took the money, I'd be torn between you take that chick's money, and like this punk ass bitch. Because even me, because I have a traditional mindset.
I'm not Michelle. I don't know, Michelle. I'm not sure if it's common law in California or not. I couldn't tell you that.
You guys have common law in the States?
Yes, in some states we do.
Yeah, we have common law here, and it's a motherfucker. If you live in the same room as a bitch for 9 months, that's enough to be married in the eyes of the state.
I just want you to know, if I lived in Canada, I would definitely be gay or transgender.
Prove you're not. Prove you're not. I always wanted to walk up to somebody and be like, I wanted to walk up to the prime minister and just be like, hey man, you's a nigga faggot, and watch him be like, oh, you can't say that. But man, look, I'm a man who only ever sleeps with women. But I would look at him when he said, you can't say that you're not gay. I'd just be like, well, I'm a gay man who exclusively sleeps with women. And then let him say some fuck shit. Let him say anything. Probably have to apologize to me and make him apologize for slavery, get on his knees and be like, Black Lives Matter. Fucking make him lick my boot. That jackass. Nah, he kneeled 3 times. He kneeled 3 times over this fucking nonsense. He's still trying to act like he's strong. He's dependable.
Yeah, I can't, like, I literally can't wait till, God, I just went to sleep and I just woke up and I'm still tired. I can't wait till next week when I get the upgrade to my, I get my capture card so I can change cameras. But,
Yeah.
yeah, like, it's, like, with all this stuff that's going on with Black Lives Matter, and all this, the placating that white people are doing and all these businesses, I really think that, the next generation of kids, like the kids coming up, are probably going to be more racist than they would have been had this stuff not happened. And
yeah, why not? Here's the thing. If you continue to talk about race, if you make that the focal point of every conversation, everything's racial now. So why would you not be racist? And really, to be honest, they have more of an excuse now. Think about it. If your dad's shop, his only source of income was burned down by a black man, and you see that video where those 3 black guys whooped the clean ass right off them white people. There's an old white lady and an old white dude. And the white dude was coming down the stairs. Yeah, she beats the chick with a 2x4 and nails a dude in the gut with a freaking steel ladder, like it's some WWE shit.
Well, there was another.
This ain't some table, boards, and chairs, man.
There was another one with, like, these guys beat these white husband and his wife with 2x4s. They were trying to defend their store.
Yeah, that's the one.
Did you guys know that one of the people that got shot at Chop or Chaz, the protesters wouldn't let the police or paramedics get in to get him, and he is suing the police for not coming to save his life in a timely manner, even though the protests he was a part of wouldn't let him in.
See, was he part of the protest, or was he just one of the people stranded in Chaz? Is what I want to know.
Well, he was in Chaz, and there was a shooting. And if there was a shooting, I'm assuming he was outside. He was near where some bullshit was going down. And
yeah,
you can walk out. Like, you don't have to be sleeping in the street in Chaz. Like, you could leave. So,
no, but they don't let anyone out of Chaz, I don't think.
They do.
I think because they do? Because what I heard is that like they immediately took over that area, and people who were in Chaz weren't letting them out. So I wasn't sure if they were a voluntary or involuntary resident of Chaz. Also, do you know that Chaz isn't the first one of those automatized states?
Yeah, they tried to do one in Portland. It got shut down. They did one.
No, the first one was in Russia.
Was it?
Yeah, look it up. It's some crazy shit. You learn some crazy shit about that one in Russia. Yeah, but no, so he's suing them. Now, I don't know where I fall on this one. Because technically the cops should have just kicked the motherfucking protesters in the head, stomped over their dumbass weak bodies, and then got the guy.
Well,
but
the city told him to stand down.
Then they shouldn't sue the police. They should be suing the mayor. That's what you should sue the mayor. Because here's the thing: if your mayor wasn't such a pussy, you wouldn't be in the situation you're in. And I think they should win. I think they have a good case. Not against the police. I think they're suing the wrong people. Because the thing is, the police were going to go in there, but you got a stand down order. That means they're coming by their head. So I found this pretty straightforward. It's like they got to sue the people in charge, because when you got weak leaders, what do you expect is going to come from that? You can't get occasionally you can get strength from weakness, but if you're enabling it, you're enabling weakness, and what do you expect is going to happen? More people are going to get hurt because of this fuck shit. Yeah.
Yeah, some bullshit.
It's like, could you imagine? Could you imagine if this shit was popping off the way it's popping off, and near you, and your kid's sick? What you supposed to do then?
Well,
right? You can't get the good care you need.
I'm gonna be
You
honest.
need an ambulance, but you can't. Oh, sorry.
I'm gonna be honest with you. If any of this fuck shit comes to Cleveland, I am okay with going to prison.
Yo, you still there, man? Yeah, I think you cut out, man.
I did. I hit the wrong button.
Yeah.
I'm okay. I'm okay with going to prison if some of this bullshit came to Cleveland. But
yeah,
like I'm just waiting for this stuff to settle out. Like that's really what I'm looking for.
Honestly, I'm hoping that they bring back a type of segregation. And not for the reasons you might think. It's just, if you don't want to live in civilized society, you can segregate yourself. That's what I think. I think if you don't want to live around people who respect the rules and want to play by the rules, go somewhere else. And anybody who wants to play by the rules is allowed. And people who don't, they can go away. We build a wall, trapping in all the people who want to be around some fuck shit. And we just let civilized people live civilly and let crazy motherfuckers live crazy. And you can be as anarchist, communist, socialist, leftist as you want to be in that fucked area. But in civilized society, we act with some respect. We act calmly. And the thing is, there'll be a lot of black people who are able to easily live in that society. We keep all the thugs and the drug dealers and the fucking jackasses on every side of the fence, right? Let them be where they want. If they want to be, again, we're not judging you on your past. If you say, hey, look, I want to play by the rules, you come back in. It's like dodgeball. You fuck up, you're out. And when you're ready to play fair, you come back in. But I mean, of course, it'd be a logistical nightmare, it'd be impossible to control, and one thing would lead to another. But I mean, as an idea, that seems at least a reasonable idea. Because you got all these kids trying to run around and play police officer now, and people are getting hurt because of it.
Yeah, there's been four people shot or something like that.
Yeah, but see, the thing is, they learn very fast how much they miss the regular world. So let them build their Chaz. Let them build their other nonsense lands. And watch how quickly they go, yeah, this was a bad idea. I want to leave. Because the rapes are going on there. For sure. For sure in Chaz. There ain't no real police officers. There's no real justice in Chaz, except for street justice. I'm sure the motherfuckers in power have no problem treating people like shit. See the video of you got the white girl just screaming because the guy's he's like, she flipped me off, so he followed her to her house and then doxed her.
Yeah.
There was an Owen Benjamin tweet from way back in the day, which is if a woman was being raped and she called the rapist a nigger, Hollywood would be more offended by the word nigger than the rape.
Probably.
We're seeing it right now. We're seeing it right now in this world where more people are offended by words than actions. More people are offended by the trivial shit than what's actually going on. And it's sad.
Sorry, I'm doing some backstage stuff while we're conversating. Yeah, I'm trying to obviously get my Facebook to get more people to it, my Twitter, my Instagram. I'm doing posts and stuff. Like, I
You
apologize.
gotta get, no, man. That's I understand, man. I'm still on that grind myself. So like, you do what you need to do to get yourself some more views, man. I understand.
Yeah, so I'm actually very surprised that in like the 2 months that my account's been open, I have 186 subscribers. I'm not exactly sure what I need to do to start hitting more milestones. Um, like my goal is within 12 months of having the channel open, I want to have 1,000 subscribers and have my monetization being able to be available for my monetization.
Yeah. I just put like tags. That's what I do for mine. My videos aren't popping off all that much. I got 14 subscribers, and I've been at this for a little while. So, like, the thing is, I can't share my views. I can't share my views because I live in Canada and freedom of speech is non-existent here. So if I said, like, I try to have a civil discussion with my buddies. I sat him down and talked to him frankly and explained my views, and he explained his. And when he couldn't defend against my views, he blocked me immediately. Right? And I'm just glad that he didn't complain to some kind of power over here and get me like fired or some shit. Because they could do that to you easily for having the kind of opinions I have. They can come after you in all kinds of ways. Like, I mean, people have tried. So it's like I try, like, I get mine through just painstaking labor. Like, maybe someone finds me funny, maybe they find the videos I put out interesting, and I'm still on that grind myself. But I think you put tags in your videos.
Not really. Like, I really don't. Like, I have hashtags in there, but it's like they're not necessarily like common hashtags. Like no, like know better, do better, or like make men great again. Hashtags like that. Not anything that's necessarily like ever trended on Twitter or anything.
Well, what you should do is try to increase your tag usage, right? Like, make sure, number one, the first thing on that tagline is your channel, right? You have to write down your name in it, right? And then just like whatever you're talking about in that conversation, you can use certain words. Apparently, you can't use together, right? I found out that the hard way, right? You can't. I think you can't use the words "Make America Great Again" in a tag. A couple other words where I tell you that it's not allowed. It is crazy. But you want to like increase your tag usage because it'll come up on searches. And I think that's how I get some of my traffic. Because again, like, I can only share my video to like 14 people. And I occasionally get like 60 views. So
yeah, so like as we've been speaking, I'm on teesprings.com with merchandise. I'm on Facebook right now in a tab. I'm on Fine Artwork America, or Fine. It's a place for photos. I'm on Instagram. I'm on Twitter, and I am working on PayPal and my new Cash App for this channel, because my Cash App I had my full name in it, and I'm like, that was cool because a lot of the people that know me from a channel where I actually started off prior to having my name. Like, before I had my channel, I had just my name because I didn't care. So like, yeah. I'm in the over here doing all this, but yeah, like pretty much any time that I've gone on to another person's show, I have gained a lot of subscribers. And when I look at my analytics are like 70% subs and 30% non-subs. So I am getting recommended by YouTube, but I'm not exactly sure. Like, I'm not exactly sure what specifically helps push that. I do know that comes down to views and milestones and stuff like that. Yeah, I there's a Discord that I post my stuff into, but yeah, like I can't complain. I'm like I have 51 videos in like 2 months. Like I've been dropping a lot of content.
Damn, man. That's good. I only got 4 videos and it's taking me a year. But yeah, no. What you really gotta do is just get those tags up, right? Like when you go into your video editing, it said there's a specific tab for tags. What you want to do is you want to put in certain things that like have that relate to the video, and it'll draw eyes to that video from there. That's what I think. That's what everybody says to do. And I think that might get some of your view counts up a little bit. And then again, like what you do is like you're doing, just advertising yourself everywhere you can, letting people know you're out there doing what you're doing, right? Like I don't have that same luxury being Canadian, but like with you being American, everybody loving free speech as much as they do, and the election about to come up, so this is a perfect time for political speech. This is a great time to be talking what you're talking. And like again, like you go out there, you market yourself. You was on Tommy's channel, and you just get yourself eyes. So like I think you're doing everything. I think you're doing everything right as far as you're concerned with the channel at the moment.
I think Tommy doesn't want me on his show so much anymore.
What'd you do?
I didn't do anything. I didn't do anything. The last 2 live streams he had, I was backstage and he didn't bring me on. So like I don't know if it was just a timing issue or if the other people that were backstage been like more loyal and longer fans. I don't know, but out of 2 live streams I didn't make it on, which is fine. Like it's his platform and whatnot. I don't really care.
Yeah.
But I'm trying to figure out how to get the backside over here working better so that I'm not on other people's shows as much.
Well, yeah, like I think what it comes down to as far as that situation, because I was on there with a couple of people. I was on backstage with you, I remember, for like a while, right? Like you got in, and I got lucky because Michi popped off, and I hear like him and Michi are cool again, so that's all good. But like I was sitting back there for a while. I wasn't thinking I was going to get on either, but he finally let me in. I think what it comes down to ultimately was just a timing thing, or he's just trying to cycle through certain people, and like certain people who missed out last live stream, or certain people who didn't make it on a different live stream, trying to let them in, trying to get people who disagree with him or something. And I think that might have been it, because he doesn't seem like the kind of guy who'd be down to like keeping anybody off, especially if they can if they provide interesting conversation. Like when we was on his thing, man, I was listening to you guys talking. And the shit you were saying was like, it was interesting, it was thought provoking, right? So you had a lot of good opinions that drove the conversation for most of the time I was even on there. And when you popped off, like immediately the guy who came on after you was talking about all kinds of fuck shit about like how if we're all just a combination of the different kind of people our mother has slept with. So like literally once you left, the conversation dipped.
Well, I think it's important though for white creators and black creators to actually be on shows. Like when I first made this channel, the reason I made this channel was because why not make a YouTube channel? You know, like anyone can do it. So, you know,
yeah, why not?
When I was on a channel called Mediocre Tutorials and Reviews, and like a lot of his audience is black, and like in the comments and in any platform where like he has a Discord, the Patreon, his community posts, the live chats, wherever there's interaction with the viewers, not him, but the viewers that like us subscribers and us viewers, there was constantly this concept of like the white man and the system and like this whole racial narrative. And when it comes to his views, I'm farther to the more extreme than he is when his views. He's more in the middle. I'm more off to the side, and
Yeah.
I figured that it'd be good to have. Like another thing of it is like he has a job where he's corporate and he makes like over $100,000 a year from his job, and his show and his idea was to build men up and to build men up financially and what he did. There's some guys that aren't going to be able to relate to the stuff that he did. Like if you're already 27 and you already have a kid, it's not, you can't necessarily do the same path he did. And there's much more people that are in my situation that are fuck ups that did stupid shit for long periods of time that are trying to build up from a lower place than your average person.
Yeah.
So the plan is not to be so heavily with race and to look at it without a race filter. But as soon as I made my channel at the end of April, George Floyd happened, all of this race stuff happened. So now like, I just got shoved into a situation where all I ever see now is like Magic cards are racist, Jesus is racist, NASCAR is racist, everything is racist now. So it's like the goal that I had didn't really go the way that it didn't really go the way that I was hoping.
Yeah. But like my question is, why does it matter if NASCAR is racist? Who gives a shit? Are you watching it? If you're black and you don't watch NASCAR, why do you care if it's racist? Right? Why is it that I have to give a shit about everything? Why can't I just ignore it? Right? Like we have to always try and find out what is and isn't an ist on everything. It's like, and the thing is, these weak-minded, weak people will always make everything about something that it has nothing to do with. Like, if Walmart doesn't put on certain prices, all they're racist against these minorities. It's like, if Chick-fil-A gets mad at some bitch being just dressed like an absolute idiot, twerking in the middle of the store, well, they're racist now for kicking that woman out for being disgusting. Right? Like, why is it that we have to be mad about everything? Why can't we just see situations for what they are and look at them individually, case by case basis?
Do you know what people?
Like really, George Floyd was bad. Yeah.
Do you know what men should really be mad about?
The fact that we're all being turned into fags. They're fagifying our society.
If your penis is not larger than 6 inches, then you should be mad. That's what the conversation for men should be. It shouldn't be about race. It should be how we can get an inch, or how we can use camera angles to make it look bigger, or
Well, I don't have to worry about them problems. No. More than problems I don't have to worry about. I'm not having problems, but I ain't got nothing there.
Like we need to figure out like how we can strategize better things when it comes to becoming more appealing in our surroundings.
Yeah,
like, that's not an issue for me myself personally, but
yeah,
like I feel like literally if you have a 3-inch penis, all right, I feel like that's way more better. Like that's a better thing to be mad about than you not watching NASCAR and bitching about NASCAR. Like,
well, yeah, it's like it's not even part of your conversation usually. Like if you've never talked about NASCAR, now all of a sudden you're angry about it. Why are you angry? Someone had to tell you to be angry about that shit. Take that in, right? Like this isn't something that you came to on your own. This isn't something you're angry about because you're angry because it's something you do. It's something you're told to be mad about. Like somebody asked me like why don't you learn the history about the Confederate flag? I know the history, but if I didn't, my answer would still be the same. Bitch, I don't care, because it's not something that's connected to me in any way, shape, or form. Right? I live out in Canada. My mother's from Ireland. My father's from Trinidad. I ain't never seen the Confederate flag outside of the Dukes of Hazzard. I don't know it. I don't care about it. If you fly it, I'm not offended. I'm not going to get offended by something that has nothing to do with me. It's like there's this kid, right? I think I told you about it. Man, Dave, my sister. right? My foster sister. And he was talking all kind of wild shit about how she can't say nigga. I'm like, bitch, you came here from Africa Tuesday. You ain't got no right to no nigga. You ain't. It's not part of you. It's not part of your history. Nobody called you that in Africa. You were the guys who sold me.
Listen,
So like, yeah,
I want to be honest. Okay, so
yeah,
the way that I speak now is completely different than the way that I used to speak. Prior to me getting sober, I said that word on the regular. And not only did I say it on the regular, everyone I hung out with in my life was black. Like
yeah.
I was a hood street dude. And I said a bunch of ebonics and I said a lot of slang and I did all like that's who I was and that's what I did. But when I got sober, I needed to change who I was. So I slowly stopped. I slowly started being different. Like I started articulating myself in a better way. I stopped being on a hood trash mentality. So like if you like I can't change the way that I'm perceived based on my tattoos. Okay?
Yeah, that's something that's gonna bother you your entire life, man. People gonna look at you and be like, man, you got a face tat. I'm gonna just slide to the next street. I'm gonna walk around the block.
I can't change how people perceive me based off what I look like, but I can change how I carry myself. So
absolutely,
like at the end of the day, when it comes down to this race shit and this when it comes down to this race idea and it comes down to this hood mentality or this oppression idea, like granted my skin is not black, but I do know it's like to walk near people and then grab their purse or them shut the elevator door because I look like I'm up to no good. But at the end of the day, people have the right to see me however they want to see me. I'm not going to get offended.
Oh yeah.
Me having tattoos on my face is the same as if I was born black. Like it's something that like you can technically you can dye your skin. You know, you can bleach.
But here's the thing. I'm gonna argue with you on that one. It's not the same thing, and here's why. Because it's not about the fact that you're born black that makes people clutch their pearls. What it is the perception that you give off based on the way you carry yourself, which I think is what you were truly getting at, because your tattoos give off a false perception of who you are, right? But your skin color is not really the thing that's going to make people scared of you. It's the way you give off, like the perception you give off, right? So if you got your pants hanging down past your nuts, and you got like a hoodie on with like all kinds of fuck shit on the front, right? People look at that and they assume criminal. But I doubt you're gonna find somebody, unless they're a Chinese businessman, running away from a black guy in a suit holding a briefcase. Well, they're gonna assume this guy is pretty well dressed. He seems like a well-to-do individual, and it's going to alleviate the fear. Yeah,
that's not what I mean. That's not what I mean. So,
it's not?
So what I mean is if I say, okay, so I deal with this, the argument always is, well, you're white. You know, you don't know what it's like to be black. You're right. I don't have black skin, but I do have stuff on my skin that I really can't. It's not like I can't just wipe it off. So there is something about me. There is something about me
that makes you stick out.
That makes me stick out. That is not
in a negative
changed. Correct. Yeah. So I understand it's the same premise or the same idea about something that I can't necessarily just change like that. So it does come down to perception.
Yes.
You say a lot of people don't no one cares about tattoos. That's true. But when you have face tats,
face tats, knuckle tats, neck tats, like you ain't gonna trust those niggas. Like.
Yeah, like I'm gonna let you know, like I've had my neck tattooed since I was 19. I'm 31 right now. So that was 12 years ago. So in 2008, my neck was tattooed. Tattoos wasn't that widely accepted back then. Like I can remember going to the mall and people grabbing their kid like people grabbing their kids, people grabbing their purses, people looking at me and walking to the other side of the street, like, which I don't care either way. But the point that I'm saying is, regardless, is it's a perception, and the only thing that you can do to overcome that is how you act and carry yourself.
Yeah.
And like, I don't have a high school education. I'm dyslexic as hell. I'm super dyslexic when it comes to spelling. Like, don't ask me how to spell shit. Like, I really don't know how to, like, when it comes to spelling, I have good ideas of how to spell words, but it's mainly by sight that I'm able to spell things. It's not off the top of my head. Like, I have harder time spelling words. Like, if you ask me how to spell it, I have to write it down and see it to be able to know how to spell. But I can read well. Like, not only can I read well, but I can also articulate myself in a way that makes sense and is logical, even though I don't have a high school education. I dropped out of high school. Like, I'm just a street dude that reads. That's it. But you would perceive me to be more educated than I really am.
So like, what led up to you leaving high school early?
Well, fun fact. So when I was a kid, all the things that were bad, all the kids that were doing bad stuff, always made me intrigued. So, like, for example, when I was in high school, I got abused when I was a kid. I got sexually abused as a kid. So I was real, like, real angry. My parents were divorced. I was real fucked up in the head. And I just had a lot of anger problems, and I wasn't well liked in school because the personality that I have now, I still had back then. Like, I didn't care, and I was going to say and do what I wanted to do. But it was once I stopped caring what other people thought is when I became popular in school. And I had a simple philosophy is don't fuck with me and I won't fuck with you. So in high school, I got in elementary, middle school, and high school. It wasn't so much in high school, but mainly middle school and elementary school, I got picked on a lot. So I started fighting. And, like, I was an angry kid, so I was constantly fighting. I ended up getting kicked out of high school because there was a kid that called me the fig word, and I beat his ass. And I just turned 18 like the week prior, and he was underage. So because of all the trouble I had already had in school, they decided to expel me. So I dropped out prior to them expelling me so I could go get my GED, because if you get expelled from a school until you're 21, you can't get your GED until after that. And the idea is I was going to drop out and go get my GED, but I was doing hood shit. So I really wasn't worried about getting my GED because I was making money. And then once I was in the streets, I was like, oh, well, I'll just get my GED when I go to prison. And I didn't end up going to prison. So now I'm 31 and I don't have a GED.
Oh, shit. No, like, I can understand that. All that sounds reasonable. In fact, a lot of people get themselves caught up in that because it's enticing, right? It's like when you start making money like you ain't never seen, and you're doing a lot less work, it's very easy to get pulled into that.
Okay, so I don't know if you ever sold drugs, but I'm gonna tell you right now, it's not easy work. Okay, so for example, so you've made YouTube channel, right?
Yeah.
Before you made a YouTube channel, did you think it'd be pretty easy?
No.
No,
I thought it was going to be hard as hell.
Yeah, but
I thought it was going to be harder than it is right now, actually.
What I'm saying
because,
is,
I understand what you mean, though. Yeah,
the
preconceived notion would be easy.
Well, not so much that, but the fact is, if you're going to take your dad's a brick mason, right?
Yeah, he's a master. Yeah, master mason.
Bricks are heavy, right?
Very heavy. Yeah. When you have to carry about 900 a day, yeah, because like there's a minimum requirement to how many bricks you need to put up in one day. It's got to be 900. They become heavy as a motherfucker.
Yeah. So if you're gonna take YouTube channel and compare it to brick mason, you're like, oh yeah, YouTube channel way easier. Not manual labor, not breaking my back. Well,
Yeah.
it's the same idea with this. When you make your channel, you have to be able to get people to see it. Well, when you're selling drugs, you have to get clientele. So,
Yeah.
like, there's parts of it that that you just don't
You don't really see it. Yeah.
you don't see it. And then, like, when you become a drug dealer, depending on what you're doing, your phone's constantly ringing. You're constantly worried about the cops. You're constantly someone's trying to constantly rob you. Like,
Yeah.
your friends are constantly trying to stab you in the back. Like,
Trying to take your shit, take over your business.
Yeah, like, legitly, like, you're working 24/7, and even when you're sleeping, you're still lightweight thinking about how you're not going to get robbed in your sleep. Like,
Yeah. No, it makes sense. Like I didn't think the YouTube thing was going to be easy because I had known I listen to people when they talk and they say how difficult it is. And I understand that the drug business isn't that easy either, and especially with people always trying to take what's yours, right? Like I knew a guy, great dude. He made a boatload of money selling ketamine in Mississauga. Right? He was like a kingpin down there selling that shit. And he got lucky. He just happened to be a DJ. He was spinning his tracks, so people knew him. People loved him, and like he was in a position where he was the center on center stage in the room. So like women were attracted to him. So women would go to him, and it made it easier because he get them. They get all the simps that wanted to be with them, and then he just made his money that way, right? And he said he saw money he ain't never seen before, and that it was good when it was good, but his buddy saw him out over some fuck shit. Wait, yo, can you not hear me? Yo.
no, I can hear you. I had my mic muted.
Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, but like he got screwed out. He got screwed over some fuck shit. And he ended up his one of his closest friends sold him out for nothing. Because the dude was and he thought he could trust this guy. And unfortunately, he moved his stash house back to his personal place of residence, and that's how he got caught. Because if he hadn't done that, when the cops went into his house, they would have found nothing. But he had moved it literally the day before.
Yeah, the night that the all right. So I at the time in which get to go outside. I'll be right back.
Huh?
Give me 1 second. My dog is like up my Johnson. Let me take him out real quick.
No worries, man. I get it. Yeah, my bad, man. I'm holding my camera, so it's why it's moving. What's good, Chris? How you doing, man? I just started reading these comments. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. Let's see. Who's Mike Ward? Give me a rundown who that is. I'll tell you what my opinion is. Mike Ward. Let me see if I can't. Mike Ward. Yeah, like I can answer any questions while we're waiting for our boy Red to get back. Who's Mike Ward? Let's see. Oh yeah, the kid who mocked the guy who mocked the disabled kid. Yeah, he got fucked hard. He got fucked over hard, man. Like he did nothing wrong. And to be honest, I don't think that we should be answering to tribunals. Anything that's named the tribunal should be just immediately done away with. Yeah, he got done dirty, and I think that like people are just too sensitive. They don't know how to take jokes. That it was disappointing when I saw that happen. I don't think they finished that case yet.
Yeah, so I totally forget what we were talking about.
Yeah, I lost my place too. I was answering a question. The guy he asked me what my take was on Mike Ward, your buddy Nick Wynn down there. And Mike Ward was a Canadian comedian who mocked a disabled kid and got run down from a tribunal over it. And I think we answer to too many bodies here in Canada. Like we honestly shouldn't be taking this much shit. Like anything named tribunal should never be something that anyone should be holding themselves accountable to. Right? Like it's courts. That's what we're dealing with. Not like the feelings police. But in Canada, feelings outweigh facts by a large margin. Right? Like if you have a feeling on something, it means more to most people, and it's mind-boggling. Right? Like most people in Canada, like it's crazy. At least a lot of people I know are actually a lot of them are behind the whole George Floyd thing, especially our media. Right? Like our prime minister came out and said that our RCMP is racist. I have a buddy who goes to the University of Ottawa. He's this guy Fremont, the head of his university, came out and started saying that the University of Ottawa suffering with racial injustice, and they need to do better to help fight it. And it's like, man, no, you don't. Why? Like, there's no racial injustice on this university campus. But because he came out and capitulated, now they have their chapter down there for the Black Students League down there can literally do anything they want because you've admitted fault to something you didn't do. It's like now I own you, idiot. Like if I was a student there, the first thing I'd do is demand reparations for some shit. So the reason why I did poorly in my class is not because I was an idiot. It's because the teachers were racist against me. Like, what you mean with this fuck shit, man?
So, what were we talking about?
I think yeah.
So if you're
No,
gonna do a channel, what you should do is you should do a channel, but not show your face. Make a
yeah,
new
that's
channel.
that's what I do on my channel. Is I use a avatar, like it's depiction of what I look like, sort of.
Yeah, but
Right,
you have
and
you have your name right now on my stream, or you had your
yeah,
so you should do it if you're gonna do a channel that has nothing to do with it's not tied to you in any way.
yeah. See, the one
But
thing is like I'm lucky, and one thing is that your channel's American, so most of the people who are going to see this the stream are going to be in America. So nobody's really going to fuck with me that much, and 'cause I'm so small, they wouldn't even know to look up my name even if they knew it. But like this will come back to bite me if I ever get to like even 100 subscribers. Maybe I doubt that'll happen. But like I hope it does, but I don't know. Because the grind is real. But like right now, I'm okay to go on with my face on these bigger channels that are like really in no way anyone was going to see me. And I'm not saying that I went on Tommy's channel to show my face, and I know it's because a lot of people in Canada won't see his videos. They're not going to get recommended. Most people who are going to see him are people like you and myself who really have a desire to seek out conflicting opinions or truth. Right? That's how like I found you through him, and if someone's finding me through you, it's more than less likely because they either they agree with me on some things, or they've seen your channel and it's led them to my channel. So they're probably smarter than the average mark. You know what I'm saying?
so do you know what's crazy? So I did that interview with my. Did you see the interview with Justin, the guy that was in federal prison, on my channel?
No, I haven't seen it yet.
So I did an interview with my buddy that just got out of federal prison like a year ago, and that video itself, I'm gonna tell you, this was like 2 weeks ago, maybe a week and a half ago. So when I go to my videos, when I go down, Justin's video was June 14th. Okay.
Yeah.
That video currently has 113 views. Okay.
Mm.
I did an interview last week with my buddy who is a gospel artist on the 22nd. So 8 days later, that video has 39 views.
Mm.
Do you know the difference between those two guys?
No. I think other than it might be. I don't know if they're different.
The one guy is not a gospel artist, and he is a gang member that went to federal prison. The guy that is a gospel artist went to prison 3 times and is not a gang member and is now a gospel artist who has a distribution deal with Bob Marley.
Oh, he's got to hide that, doesn't he?
No, he doesn't have to hide anything. Like, he interviewed it. But the point of it is, like, you would think that the views would be somewhat similar.
Yeah, at the very least.
At least, more than 39 people would want to see a story of a gospel artist that went to prison and came out and is doing better. It's pretty much the exact same story with Justin, that he was a gang member that did dumb shit, went to prison twice, got out, and he's doing better. The only difference is one's a gospel artist and one is not, because they're both electricians.
Oh, all right. I see. That makes sense. Could it be the fact that people are looking at it differently because of the religious aspect?
Maybe it could be that, but even still,
because I think the whole gospel thing might make him sound softer than the guy who isn't one. Because there's this idea that gospel singers they got like a softer image to them.
Yes, I definitely did get that money you sent to my Cash App, my dude. I appreciate you.
Yeah.
So I know that this topic is mainly about racism isn't a problem. I personally don't think racism is a problem. I think, if anything, the problem of racism that's going to be coming out is there's going to be more racists that come out because of the amount of hate that's going on with white people, and also the whites are going to become more racist, and blacks are going to become more racist because of the narrative that white people are trying to get them or hurt them. But in the long term of things, if the media stopped producing all of this this hate stuff, and you just I'll make a good example. Thank you, buddy. I appreciate you blessing the channel Cash App with a donation. But during here in Cleveland, they did a lockdown during the quarantine, and essential workers still worked. I'm an essential worker, so my day-to-day life really didn't change. Like, had I not been listening to the news, or the people not telling me about what was going on in the news, my life wouldn't have been any different than it was before at all. So I feel like if the media wasn't putting so much racial bullshit into the airspace, then most people would not see any sort of effect or hear any sort of effect of this large amount of racism that's allegedly going on in the world.
Yeah, well, the thing is like when racism is dead is the fact that we're so desperate for racists, we have to manufacture it. With the noose, with the Juicy Smollett situation, Colin Kaepernick, you just constantly making fictional reality instead of actually finding someone. You can't find one. You can't even buy a good racist anymore, right?
That's true.
Like, you know it's fucked up when David Duke ain't even got no racist shit. He just doesn't like people. All right. Well, like, if he's not putting nooses and burning crosses, right? Like, what are we complaining about? We've got very few like open races. I think that individuals have racialized tendencies where they don't like certain people, and that's their right. That's a God-given right to tell a whole group of people fuck right the hell out, right? I don't think you should be discriminated for not liking people. Guess what? There's a lot of people I don't like. If my pizza delivery guy gives me the wrong look, I'll be like, fuck that man's too, right? But the thing is, we're manufacturing racism because it's not a big deal here, right? It's not apparent, it's not obvious, and I don't think we should be given as much volume to this dotishness. It's not necessary, right? Like Morgan Freeman said, the best way to fix racism is stop talking about it. Because to be honest, the only thing keeping it alive is the fact that we complain about slavery. Yeah, slavery happened. Was it shitty? Yup. Did it happen? Yup. Can we get over it? Sure. I'm over it. I moved on. I was never a slave. I think it's obnoxious of me if I were to go and complain about something I never experienced. Right? There's still slavery going on today, but we don't give a shit because that slavery isn't happening in a place that's profitable to complain about. I dare LeBron James to go down to Africa and tell them what? What's he gonna say? He's gonna be, get out of here, you not African, you goofy headed motherfucker. Like, leave. That's what they're gonna tell him because they don't respect LeBron James. He's not African. Right? We don't just say this happened, all right, past it, we're done. Like, how would slavery affect you on a day-to-day basis? Have you met a slave in your life? I haven't.
No.
When we talk about it so goddamn much, you think you meet one. Right? And like they don't exist. These imaginary aggrieved people don't exist. Yes, was there a lot of fuck shit that happened to African Americans? Absolutely. But are we gonna blame the sins of the past for the failures of the present? No, we can't, because all we're gonna do is continue to bog ourselves down and never advance. Right? It's why the Chinese are so goddamn successful. It's why the Japanese are so goddamn successful, because they're not complaining; they're just doing.
Well,
the only
also,
people get away with it. Yeah, sorry.
I think China and Japan are two bad comparisons because China, if you complain, they kill you. So, like,
No. I'm not talking about China. I'm talking about Chinese Americans. They come here, they're wealthy. Because they don't complain. They don't got time.
I understand what you're saying now.
Yeah, like look at this, right? There is actual racism going on in the hiring practice, or in the accepting practices of Harvard. Yeah. Right, where they're not letting in Asian Americans because they're too damn smart. But how long was that on the news? Because Chinese racial oppression or Asian racial oppression isn't as lucrative as keeping African Americans pissed off at whitey.
That's true.
Because the thing is, racism is alive and well in America, but it's directed in one direction, at the successful, or at the people who are perceived to be our betters. Why is it that I got to assume you're better than me just because your skin's different? The media tells me you're better than me because my skin's different. I don't believe it. I think that we're like decent people, but the media tells me that every problem I suffer, every failure I've ever undertaken is not my fault. It's white people.
Got a question for you. I thought One Direction was disbanded. I didn't think One Direction was a band anymore. Are they all solo?
Is that like gay boy band from Britain? Ah, yeah. I knew so many girls in my grade used to love on them weird looking motherfuckers.
I don't know where they're from.
I think they're English. Isn't that usually where boy bands come from?
America too.
Yeah.
Guys, there are 6 viewers right now. Anyone that agrees with us or disagrees with us is more than welcome to come down to the live stream and come onto the panel. Give us
I'll talk to anybody.
Give us your views. Also, if anyone wants to change the topic of this live stream, we can do a Q&A. We can do whatever wants to be done, because I feel like the race issue is a very important issue to talk about as of today. But I feel like the race issue has been a drum that's been overbeaten. It's like absolutely. A 65-year-old untaken care of drum. So we can change topics so that it doesn't have to be just about race the whole time, because obviously race is in every game, every social platform, everything in the news has been race for months. I can totally see how that would be disingenuous and disengaging to keep talking about it, which would actually be the opposite of what the post really, like the whole idea that race is an issue would be. It'd be the opposite if we keep talking about it. So if you guys want to change topics, if there's something you guys would like to speak on, then we could totally do that.
Yeah, I'm open to talking about anything and talking to anyone, right? Like we got that. It's one thing that we don't do enough in societies. We don't have honest conversations. We don't have honest conversations that can lead to issue, right? Because most people, they want to be as removed from conflict as possible, right? It's hard to have stances like we have, because I've been told this by employers. I did like a little thing here in Canada, right, where you go to like a learning addicts where they teach you how to be more employable. And I did it for shits and giggles because I didn't have anything going on, because I was waiting for another job to kick in. And they told me, like, the fact that I'm conservative is enough of a reason to fire me. They told me that.
What?
Yeah.
Damn.
The fact that I'm a conservative and I openly speak my views is enough to have me fired. And I said, does that apply equally to you, who's a liberal and who openly speaks her views? And she's like, nope. I'm like, so why is it okay that my views gets me fired, but your views you can say it as loud as you want and as openly as I want, and I gotta hide in a basement talking some mad shit, talking some truth?
Well, you do look like you live in a basement.
Oh no, I am right now. I'm in my parents' basement. My mom invited me over to stay the night, so I left my cushy apartment to come spend some time with my family.
You do look like a guy that would be on the internet yelling angrily with a neck beard.
The internet. Yeah. I shave the occasional scruff that I grow.
No, I'm just making. You ever see that meme about people on the internet? How like the meme's always some fat guy with a neck beard.
Oh yeah, some greasy looking nastiness. I seen that. But the thing is, it's like we can't talk about shit anymore without running the risk of losing shit, right? It's like someone like Colin Kaepernick never had to sacrifice a damn thing in his life because he has a right opinion. But like for someone like me who is biracial, right, I run the risk of losing my black card just for having the wrong opinion. Right? Like, I have friends I can't talk to about the shit that I'm thinking. I have friends that have known me my entire life and won't talk to me if I express my views openly. I had a buddy yesterday. I was talking to him. I just learned some tragic news about his family. And while I was giving him my condolences, we got talking. He asked me about the whole George Floyd thing. I gave him my opinion. And he, for a second there, thought that I might have racist white supremacist tendencies. And he's like, because the only reason I don't think that is because you're black. And I'm like, well, shit. And it's someone who's known me for years and who thinks I'm an intelligent, reasonable person. But he was like that, willing to change his mind on me.
Yeah, it's
And the
because
only thing that saved me.
people are not loyal. To be honest with you, they're just not. Like that's
Well,
just what it is.
people are concerned about their image. Like I don't value my black card. I don't think I even have one. Right? I've been told so many times you half, so you're not entitled to be one of us, or I have to represent you guys, but at the same time I'm not one of you guys. Right? So I hear that a bunch, and I personally I couldn't be bothered because I don't really view race as all that important. But the thing is, a lot of people do though, because a lot of people, the only thing they got going for them is the fact that they're black. They don't care about whether they're educated. They don't care about whether they got talent. They don't care about whether they got a job. They don't care about whether they got, they're raising their kids right. They just care about being black, and they care about fulfilling the black stereotype, right? It's like I got in so much shit when I was a kid for speaking like a white guy. I was like, nah, man, I speak like a Canadian. And so if I ever have a conversation in which I use full words and speak eloquently and act as though I am someone of some semblance of class, I'm immediately considered less black. I would have to change my voice to speak in fluent Ebonics in order to be even perceived as someone of the African American community.
Go lay down, dude. Go. Just go. Come on. I keep petting you. Stop.
It's like, but the thing is, it's like, these are things, we can't have conversations about these things because our conversation is something like you and me are having, honest conversations between two individuals who aren't hateful, will immediately be seen as such because you can't feel your way out of your convictions. Like people right now, they want to feel like victims, and if you take ownership of your own actions, then you're no longer a victim, and it's really hard to admit to yourself that you fucked up, and it's actually something that your brain does. Your brain has a natural defense against that, where when you fuck up, you'll double down. When you're starting to realize that you made a mistake, you will double down to avoid admitting any wrongdoing on your part. Right? I'm sure you've done it because I've done it a whole bunch of times. I did mental gymnastics. I was doing cartwheels, backflips. I was doing all kinds of different maneuvers in order to make sense of the nonsense I was saying. I once called a girl. I was losing an argument to a girl about a historical debate, and when I was losing, and this still haunts me to this day. I still feel guilty about it. I resorted to saying, well, you're half German, so at least my family didn't kill them Jews in World War II. And I'm like, immediately after I said it, I was like, ooh, I couldn't sleep that night. I was like, damn, I'm a dick. Right? I'm like, and at this point, I was dead entrenched in my belief that the white man was evil because I had to believe this, that that I was being oppressed, right? That there was somebody out to get me. And it's like, if you talk to me about this, I would say, yeah, America's the devil. Man, you guys are just bad people. You're all living over there with guns and still burning niggas and shit. I believed it.
So I'm going to tell you, like, you shouldn't regret the fact that you said that. What you should regret is the fact that you were arguing with a woman with facts. That's where you need to realize that was your mistake. Because
no, the thing is, I wasn't. I was losing the debate because she was arguing on facts and principle, and I was arguing on feelings and emotion. And this was back when I was 15, and I was too stupid to realize that I was a dumbass. Thing is, I knew, like, I was afraid of being thought of as stupid.
Well, what I'm saying is you're arguing with her over history. Which history is, there's facts to it. So, like, best thing to do is just don't argue with women.
Oh, absolutely. You just don't see, the best way to win an argument with women is to talk louder than them, and then when they say that you got a little dick, just say, well, your eyes are too close together. and then
No, it
just
doesn't.
end the conversation there. You know
No,
why? Because
I
that
just don't
little
argue.
bit, that little bit just destroy
Hell no, dude. I disagree with that shit. You don't ever argue with a bitch. You don't ever argue with a bitch,
them.
man. Hey, y'all can hear me?
Yeah, man, we can hear
Hey,
you, Chris. What's going on, bro?
anytime a woman want to get loud with me, all I do, I just straight up say, I do not tolerate women who want to argue. I don't tolerate loud women. Wherever we get, I tell her, get the
Yeah.
fuck out. If we in the car, I'm going to say, get the fuck out of my car. If we in my house, I'm going to say, get the fuck out of my house. Straight up. If I'm at her house, I'm going to say, I'm about to get the fuck out of your house. That's how I handle that, man.
Oh,
Never
yeah.
argue with no bitch.
And that goes for
But yeah, I
men.
want to. But yeah, I want to talk about this whole racism thing, man.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't feel like racism is really a problem in this country, but the perception of racism is what the problem is in this country. Because really, when you look at it, America has been babying black people since like the early part of the 70s, late part of the 60s. Because when you look at
Exactly.
all the stuff that America has done for black people as far as affirmative action and and shit like that, and welfare with shit like that, we've been babied so much to the point where most black people feel like the problems that we have in our community are all because of either racism or oppression. We can't have problems within us. It has to be some type of outside shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, for example, with the poverty problem, they look at it like, if you white and you poor, it's your fault. But if you black and you poor, that's racism and oppression. And like with
Yeah,
the crime
systemic.
problem, yeah, exactly. Like with the crime problem, I try to point out to black people all the time, like, if you go to the poor white neighborhood, they over there broke as fuck. They ain't got no money, whatever, but they ain't killing nobody. It might be
Yeah.
some shit going on like every now and then, but it ain't gonna be every fucking day.
Well, shit's
But
always
when it
popping off in any poor community, but they ain't shooting each other.
exactly, and I try to explain this to people, and they just be like, white people this, white people that, but white people not really the problem. Racism ain't really the problem, and it's
Yeah.
like even with the crime problem, like they just assume if somebody's out robbing people, stealing from people, shoot people, or whatever, it has to be some outside shit that's causing that. We can't just have evil people. There can't be no such thing as an evil black person. Ain't no such thing
Yeah.
as a bad black person. A black person can't be a criminal. If you black and you do some illegal shit, it gotta be like the white man. It gotta be racism and some shit like that. You can't just be
Oh, yeah.
just an evil motherfucker that needs to be locked the fuck up. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I feel you 100%, man. It's like we need to start being accountable for our own shit. Like, you realize how great the black community used to be? We used to be out earning niggas, man. We used to be out earning white people. At different age groups. Like when you was a young African American in the States, you were making money hand over fist because people thought we had good work ethic. During the Cosby years, black people were doing great. And then what happened? We started getting on our own fuck shit, right? We got Section 8 housing. People were obsessed with, like they strong, independent black women who don't need no fucking man. And sister child, all kinds of bullshit. And we changed. We changed from being strong, respectable members of society to trying to fit some kind of stereotype. And you hear with every single black girl you talk to is gonna have that same attitude. And it's like, why are you doing this? Why are you being a part of it? Why can't you better yourself? Because we're better than this. It's not something we need to be doing. We don't need to be, selling drugs. We get like you know what you never hear. This is sad. You never hear when like you talk to an African American. What do you want to do when you're older? And they never tell you something like none of them say firefighter. None of them say accountant. None of them say, oh, I want to work with tech. They just buy rapper, gangster, fucking music, or sports. When somebody asked me, I said I want to be a therapist when I was a kid because I saw it on TV once. I'm like, that sounds cool. Get paid to sit on my ass and listen to people talk. Right?
Man, my little brother, I got a little brother. When he was in 8th grade, when we moved to Atlanta, and they were asking everybody what they want to be when they grow up, and he said he wanted to be a pilot, and these motherfucking niggas just laughing at him because he said he wanted to be a pilot. Everybody
Why
else
is
talking
that?
about they wanted to be like LeBron James and shit.
Yeah. And that's what we do.
It's like you looked at as lame if you actually want to be smart. Like being smart is considered not cool in the black community. You can't be smart.
My buddy went to prison for 3 years trying to prove he was a real nigga. Because his mom took him out of the hood, gave him a good education. Man was getting ready to go to university, went to prison 3 years instead. Prove he's still street. Would have been one of the first ones of us to succeed, but nah, he had to be street. Broke into someone's
you know what
house.
the fucking stupid thing?
Yeah.
The stupid thing about all that street shit is, like all that hood shit. Like when you growing up in the hood, niggas always got the advantage. Like niggas is looked at as like the cool people. They get the girls. They looked at like everybody's supposed to bow down to them, right? But as soon as you step outside of that environment, a hood nigga is like the lowest part of society.
Well, yeah, nobody wants to be like everybody wants to be it when they're in it. But like, just get a taste of what's outside of where you live in, man. You don't always have to live in Section 8. Well, we convince ourselves that we gotta be these hood rats. We gotta be these Section 8 motherfuckers. Ain't nobody trying to be an electrician nowadays. We believe that this is where our lot in life is, and it's not. It's not hard to not be that, man. It's like I was headed down that path, and I got lucky. I got sent to foster care. That's what saved my life. If I hadn't done that, man, I don't know where I'd be.
Oh, so you from Canada?
Yeah, I'm Canadian.
Oh, okay, yeah, I'm from Chicago. But I lived all over. I lived in Atlanta, lived in Cincinnati, I lived in Indianapolis, I lived in a whole bunch of places.
I've lived in Chicago and Cincinnati.
Man, when I moved to Cincinnati, I started these fucking apartments because at the time I was living in Atlanta. I was looking for some cheap apartments, right? I found some apartments in Cincinnati. There was like $400 something a month. I'm like, oh man, that's cheap. I'm gonna move over there. Man, that shit was the fucking ghetto like a motherfucker. Man, Cincinnati's fucked up.
I lived in Glendale.
Oh yeah, man, Cincinnati is so fucking ghetto, man.
The first day
American foster care, maybe. Canadians are.
The first day that I stayed in Glendale. My apartment building went this way, and there was a bank right here behind the apartment building. Like you could literally take a skip and a jump, and you went from the apartment building parking lot into the bank parking lot. And some dudes ran up in the middle of the day, robbed the bank, and they came out. And when they came out, they saw a cop across the UDF buying coffee. He wasn't even paying attention to them. He was walking out the building. They started shooting at him in broad daylight and took off. My first day living there.
You know the craziest thing that nobody ever talks about?
For 6 months.
Is the police have a slogan, all right, and it's fuck. I just got a brain fart there, but it's the slogan goes something like, the only reason, like they only mess with you if someone complains about it. So they don't give a fuck what you do as long as no one complains about it. You want like you can do whatever you want, and if no one says shit, they don't care.
You know one thing about the police that's real interesting? When I was in the South, the police in the South are way more aggressive than the police up here. I feel like the police up here in the Midwest, it's like they're way more laid back. When I was in Georgia, like it's a whole lot of counties in Georgia where if you black, you can't really drive past the cop without at least getting followed. And I done been followed, I done been pulled over and shit. I done had cops follow me for like more than 3-4 miles when I was in Georgia. But then when I come to the Midwest, only been pulled over like probably like twice the whole time. And I've been up here since 2014.
Well, the thing is, it's probably due to the fuck shit going on, eh? It's probably a lot to do with what's going on just in general in those areas, right? Like Hotlanta, what is it? Tommy always calls it like Gatlanta, right? Whereas like in like a smaller suburb area, like Like Indiana, you're not gonna see as many people as aggressive out there. But in like that's why in more aggressive cities you'll see more aggressive police. I think personally, because where I live, cops are nice as motherfuckers. They walk up to people. They're always talking to everyone, making sure everyone's having a good time. You know, they have barbecues and shit where they invite where they go to underprivileged neighborhoods. They just try to be nice and be respected. They try to be everyone's friend. But like I hear in the States, you guys got it differently. I ain't never had no negative run-ins with the police. And they just like usually when police stop me, they're complimenting me on my afro.
It just depends. It just depends where you're at and what you're doing. Like some places are like here in Ohio, there's a city called Lodi that has it has a sign and it has like a raccoon on the outside of it, and like it's well known in the area that there was like a KKK, like that city is like racist. Like there was a KKK group that was there. It's not. I don't think it's as racist as it used to be. Like when I've gone down to Lodi, I've seen there's a mall down there. I see black folks shopping and whatnot. But like people that live in Ohio know for a fact that back in the day, it was like you didn't go there. If you were black, you didn't go there. But also you have to think a lot of places in the South, like a lot of the South was where the Confederates were at and the Democrats ran, and that's where slavery was. So like if you're gonna find real racist places, it's either gonna be in the South where the Democrats controlled, or it's gonna be in the North where the Democrats control. Like that's usually how it goes.
Well, don't you know the best
in the South, there's still kind of remnants of that whole racism, segregation mentality to a certain extent, especially if you're going like the real like rural type counties. That was pretty much the part of Atlanta where I lived at. I lived in Cherokee County, Georgia, and it's pretty much rednecks over there and shit. So if you're in like an area like that, then you're definitely gonna deal with not necessarily police harassment, but I mean they're gonna follow you. But if you ain't do nothing, they can't do shit to you, but they will follow you like a mother.
Yeah. I think it's interesting that with all this subversion they're putting in the shows now, how racist some of the TV they're doing. Yeah, you guys, any of you guys ever watched the Sons of Anarchy show?
I ain't never seen that.
Yeah,
I started watching because it's on Netflix. I had nothing better to do with my Saturday, and let me tell you something. That show's got so much hidden subtext, and it's fucking infuriating. It's like they constantly, like they make friends with the Mayans and the Niners, and the true enemy is the white supremacist group, the Aryan Brotherhood. And like, well, nobody likes the Aryan Brotherhood, but at the same time, it's like they're constantly a bunch of white guys going, yeah, let's go fuck over Whitey. It's like, you know how stupid you sound? And like some of the reasons they do it is silly. It's like I wanna be 100% behind. Like I'm in no way do I support the AB, but it's like you realize what the Mayans are doing, you realize what the Niners are doing, and you realize what the AB are doing, and the fact that you side with two of the bad guys, right? It's like I don't understand, and like the way they go about it is silly. Like at least watching it the way I'm watching it. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I sound crazy.
Oh, a lot of biker, like what you have to understand is when it comes to white gangs, the reason a lot of the white gangs adopted a no black thing was they're like okay, so if you go to federal prison, all right,
yeah,
all right, if you're affiliated with the mob, all right, the mobs, you can't hang out with black guys. And it's not that it's not like I'm not going to say that those guys aren't racist, but it's not because of race. It's because of politics. It comes down to you're supposed to be there to fight for your brothers, okay? So if you're hanging out with black guys and those black guys something happens, now you're too your two cars are going to fight each other. Like everything comes down to what's going to happen to the gangs. So like even if you're a white blood and you're in it and you go to a prison yard, there are certain sets of bloods that don't recognize white bloods, and the white blood has to get verification. Like word has to come down from higher ups that he's legit. So like it's not so much the hatred; it's more of a I'm trying not to get stabbed. Like that's
no, I understand that. It's just like what they're doing in the show is like they're trying to stoke this idea that there's a large group of Aryans running around in the States. It's like I can't for the life of me believe that there's like this huge Aryan conspiracy where this rich guy comes to a small town, tries to buy the whole thing to just eliminate all the races. It's like look. I think that's a little far fetched. And that was our entire season 2 of Sons of Anarchy. I'm trying to get into it, but it's like, I'm like, look, nobody's that fucked up that they're that well connected that they're doing all this secret sneaky shit just to fuck up one small town that no one cares about. It's like I can definitely see it with like you got the there's a lot of there's a lot of racism in the Democratic platform. And there's a lot of African Americans pushing racism themselves when they constantly telling people that they're lesser than them, right? Like when we have to go on with these ideas that white people are the reason why we fail, and I think that's an issue. But like this idea that there's this organization where everyone's connected, this evil league of like white people that just want to fuck up one small town.
Well,
that seems silly.
Okay, so there are okay, so you have to understand when it comes to the idea of like the KKK is only like 10%. It's only like 10,000 people in the United States. When it comes to the Aryan Brotherhood, the Aryan Brotherhood is in a lot of prisons. So you have there's two sections of ABs. You have like the Texas ABs, and then you have like California ABs. And then you have other gangs that are not necessarily racist. So like you have to think you have like white supremacists, you have ABs, you have the Ku Klux Klan. Most of the ABs are in prison. Like most people that become Aryan Brotherhood are only Aryan Brotherhood because they're in prison.
They don't want to get stabbed.
Yeah, so like if you're a white dude in California and you go to prison, you're more than likely going to get forced to be an AB. And when you're an AB, you have to shed blood. So you might go to prison for an armed robbery and be doing 10 or 15 years. But because you're new to California, that like when you go to California, you're going to have to fight, and they're going to send the young guys to do dummy missions. So you might end up with life in prison on a 10-year bid in a California prison for a murder that you did because the Aryans told you either if you want our protection, you're going to go do this work for us, or we're going to do it to you. So the idea that like there is a good number of ABs, but a lot of those ABs don't necessarily hold those racist beliefs outside of prison or outside of them being a thing of protection. There are gangs, a lot of white gangs don't affiliate with other races because of the problem of like if you watch American History X, in that movie, he's a racist and he goes to prison, and then he sees the same politicking, like the ABs are getting meth and heroin from the Mexicans and selling it to the blacks or doing business with the blacks, and he sees the hypocrisy. So like that aspect of reality is true. But the narrative in media that like you have like super secret tech of racists trying to somehow figure a way to just start lynching black folks again, that's not the reality of the situation. There are Aryan Brotherhoods. Like here in Ohio, we have a gang that's called they're called Albino Guerrillas, and the Albino Guerrillas are a white group that actually fights the ABs here in Ohio. Like it depends. Like there's also white gangs in the United States that take on like a Viking Nordic kind of mythology that is like in there are biker gang, like there are gangs that are white only and white kind of like the idea of not mixing, but it's not like the Nazis of Germany where they're trying to obliterate people in 2020. It's true in some aspects.
Yeah, no, it's just like you see this a lot on TV where you got you got these messages they're trying to put out onto you. Like I'm sure Christopher's seen a lot of this shit. We watch TV. They're always trying to make something racial when it's not necessary, right? Like even like police shows, right? Like there was I was watching Chicago PD and there was a bombing that happened at a marathon, mimicking the Boston bombing, and everyone was like rushing to say, "Oh, the guy is probably brown." And it turned out it was some white kid, and it's like they're like, "Oh, you only rushed to that decision because you're a racist." Like, I mean, did you, or is it just pattern? And they just try to make this you only ever see white criminals on these shows too, or like the main bad guys, like the white guy, and just like look, other people can do fucked up shit too, right? It's like why are we dancing around the fact that people do bad things? Like, can we get some diversity in criminals? I say that out of jest, but no, it's just like it just seems silly to me when you're watching something and they make something out to be something it's not.
Well, they
like
do
Chris,
that shit.
Yeah.
Like, especially with all these fucking police shooters, man. I be getting sick of that shit. Like, they always ask the question, like, would the cop have shot him if he was white, or would the cop have shot him? Yeah, it's fucking stupid. Because like, if you got a white dude that's attacking you or trying to take your fucking taser, and he turns around and tries to shoot the cop with the taser, if he's white, if he's black, if he's purple, the cop is still gonna shoot you no matter what. Like,
but here's the thing: he would have shot him faster if he was white because he knew there wouldn't be any blowback.
Yeah, that's a good point.
They actually
look at Tony Temper. Like, no one gave a shit. That kid died too.
They did a study actually that a black officer is more likely to shoot a black person than a white officer is to shoot a black person.
Like, has anyone seen the like Paradise PD? There's like this joke where the black cop shoots himself, and the media tries to spin it as an unarmed black man was shot by the police. It's like,
what show is that?
Paradise PD is on Netflix. The black cop shoots himself, and the media on both sides is like, unarmed black man is shot by the police, speaks out today. And so he ends up like, he's wearing a hoodie on one side of his body, like half his body is dressed like a thug, the other half is dressed like a police officer, and he's like accusing himself of a whole bunch of different shit. And it's to mark the fact that the media will literally spin anything. They'll make anything a crime, especially if it has something to do with a cop and a black person, right? If they can make that into something racial, even when it's not. Like, remember that girl who was using her child as a fucking meat shield, who was eventually killed by the cops? They're painting her as a saint. She told her kid that the cops they're gonna kill you. Like, she's telling this to like a 3-year-old. The cops are here to kill you. And she used her child as a fucking shield, hoping the cops would shoot the kid. And we hold her out as a hero.
They were hoping, she was hoping that they wouldn't do anything. Usually when people have kids, they use kids because people don't want to shoot at people that have kids around them. But another thing is that Breonna Taylor chick, like, they try to say that she was a first responder and that no-knock warrants are a problem. Like, that's not even what happened. She was fired from being a a first responder in 2017, and they actually did knock on her door, and that's how her boyfriend got a gun, and he was shooting at the police, and they returned fire and ended up killing her, and I think shooting him, but he lived, and she was part of the warrant. Like her apartment and her car was part of the warrant because they were following him for months, and they had made buys from his trap house, and they had raided the trap house and her apartment at the same time. They did a no knock at the trap house, and everyone was arrested without being shot. At her place, they didn't do it. They did knock, and she was killed, but she was knees deep in a drug case, and she was part of the drug conspiracy. So she wasn't like an innocent victim bystander that the police did anything about.
I hate it when they do that shit, man. Every single time somebody black dies, they always try to paint a picture like that person was just the perfect person. Like, as far as her being an EMT, even if she was still an EMT, I mean, I know a whole lot of black women who have regular jobs but have, you know, a boyfriend or a husband or a baby daddy who's like a straight up killer. So what does her profession have to do with it?
Exactly.
A person like Breonna Taylor, that's pretty much kind of like the elephant in the room that nobody wants to talk about, because like really, our women are really like the biggest enablers of criminals in this whole country. Because black criminals, for the most part, if you look where they live at and you look at the fucking lease, it's usually a black woman's name on their lease.
Yeah.
They pretty much providing the food and the shelter and the place to live for people that's just terrorizing our fucking community. But nobody ever really criticizes them about that. And if anything, they compensated for it through the welfare system. They get compensation for it.
Well, not just that, but what other people don't realize is like when I was a drug dealer, like I got a dog. The dog was in my girl's name. The apartment was in my girl's name. Like I didn't have a car in my name. Like I had nothing in my name. Everything was always in her name. And she had a job and I was a drug dealer. Like women are always, when it comes to bad men, women are always
They're the first one looking, right? Like you a good stand-up guy, and they don't want none of it. But you a drug dealer, man. They be all over that shit. Let me just slide in here, DM.
See, I don't have that problem because I look like a fuckboy. So, like, even though like I'm not on fuckboy shit anymore, I still have that. I still make them tingle. I still make them all excited on the inside. So I get kind of play the fence on this. Like I look like I'm up to no good, but I'm actually not. So like it plays to my benefit. But prior to that, like women were always like I was with a chick for 8 years when I was a drug dealer, from 19 to like 26 or 27. So at the end of the day, a lot of the fuckery that I was doing was under the guise of her supporting me, like her supporting all of the legal aspects and all the other stuff around me. So
well aware of it. I'm sure she knew about every fucking thing you did.
Yeah, for sure.
And you know what's crazy? The only time you can really get charged or convicted of aiding and abetting is if the person is a fugitive. But if the person is not a fugitive, they could just be living in your fucking house and you don't get in trouble at all for it. And you enabling this person that's committing all these crimes. That's actually kind of stupid.
Yeah, it's crazy. Like, you ever notice that when a guy does some fuck shit and the girl's involved in his fuck shit, the cops always let her go? Cops always let her go, and she might be worse. Let me give you an example, right? Out here in Canada, we have a famous motherfucker. He kills some people. His name is Paul Bernardo. He raped a bunch of underage girls, killed them, and his wife helped. And not only did she help, she fucked him with them, and she fucked around and did this to her own 15-year-old sister because she wanted to make sure, because she wasn't a virgin, so she gave Paul her sister's virginity while she was a part of it. Yeah, and she went to prison for 12 years. He went to prison for life.
Yeah, do you know why she got less of a sense?
Kind of deal, because they thought that they had the assumption that she wasn't equally as culpable as he was. They thought she wasn't as bad.
Yeah, but even
So
if
they
that
cut her a
wasn't the
deal.
case, even if that wasn't the case though, but if I'm raping and murdering women, and like the easiest thing to be said is, oh well, I didn't want it to happen to me. I didn't want to get killed. Like if you're able to exert that power on someone else, they're automatically going to give you the plate. They're going to placate that. Oh well, you were also he had control of you as well. So like if a guy's doing something with a woman, they are always going to assume that the woman is under the same lack of power those other victims were. They're going to look at you as a victim.
You want to know the craziest thing? And it still messes with me today. Paul Bernardo filmed her, right? Explain like, oh, yo, your boy dropped off there. What did Chris? Paul Bernardo had a video of her explaining the crime, and they played that for court evidence. And it turned out like she was like actually turned on by the fact that he was killing these girls, and she was like a part of it. And she kept calling him her king and shit. Just listen to the transcript; it's fucking disgusting. Like, yo, it make it a whole
but by saying that, so I'll give you a perfect example. So the other night on Tommy's show, did you see the show where Tommy talked about the transgender and the boy and the guy?
Yeah, the fucking tranny that got shot by the 18-year-old because she was fucking around and trying to get herself some young dick, and she had him convinced that she was she was a chick, and he found out the hard way after already slipping it in, and he fucked around and shot her.
Yeah, so he ended up having a guest come on and say that he had the same thing happen to him. He went and got some head from this chick, and then the second time he went back, the chick told him that he was a dude, and then now he has sex with only transgender males or transgender women, however you want to look at it. Yeah, so this is the thing. So like I'll give you I don't even have to talk about dude. I'll talk about myself. So when I was young, I was molested by a gay guy, and in my head,
still be doing that.
My only like when I was real little and I was in elementary school, I got beat up and picked on and called gay all the time until I started fighting back. So then as I got older, I got molested by a guy, and in my head, I had years of being told I was gay by other kids. I had this gay guy hitting on me. I had this gay guy end up grooming me and molesting me. And then my only rationalization in my head was, well, I have to be bisexual. Like, instead of pointing blame where blame lied, I put blame on myself. And, like, that fucked me up for years. So the reason I say that is even though she was getting turned on by this dude's gruesome acts, the fact that he brought these gruesome acts to her and she's seen them, she probably was repulsed by them at first. But
she was all in. Like, yes. I mean, like, if you listen to the court transcripts of what she said in that video, like, I know what you're getting at, and I understand you. But the thing is, this was two actually sick individuals who had found each other and then started performing these acts together. Like, this was something that they did together. Like, they started off with them having sex with one girl. They drugged her together, right? He didn't slide her into this life. She was in it with him.
I understand that, but what I'm saying is, you can easily be a person that's not into something like that and easily be led down a road to where you become where you enjoy it. So, for example, if they met each other, there was probably some master-slave stuff going on between them. There was probably some BDSM that was going on between them. So, like, it could have easily, regardless if she enjoyed it prior to him or whatnot, there could have actually been there could have actually been a like he could have still coaxed her down to it, because even if something you don't agree with, if you get desensitized to something, eventually your brain will do a natural coping system to where it actually fixes it. So like it's the same idea if you look into the MK Ultra mind control and Monarch Butterfly mind control from the government of the CIA in America, that they traumatize people and break their spirit, and you can reprogram people through terror and through torture. So without however it worked out, even if she wasn't like that in the beginning, she could have been just as sick as he was by the end. That is a fact.
But let me ask you this question: did you at any time in that explanation, did you stop to think that maybe she got him into that life?
No, it's possible. I'm saying.
But see, that's the thing is that's my point, is that we don't ever ascribe guilt to women right away, because we have a natural instinct in our heads to defend them. There is a possibility she convinced him to fuck around and kill a bitch, and then do all that shit. So I understand you. I feel you, and I understand that like you can easily become a victim who's desensitized to the crime and then continue to victimize other people. And I get that, and I truly wholeheartedly understand. But at the same time, we got to understand that we have to stop viewing women as the victim, because they are just as good at fucking with someone's life as we are. In fact, they're better at it. A woman will fuck around, make you do a whole bunch of crazy shit you never even thought you were capable of. They get you killing for them. They get you doing whole kinds of shit. I want to express to you, number one, I'm sorry that happened to you as a child. It should never happen. I'm sorry that someone had you confused the way you was, had you doubting yourself and shit. And I think that's appalling. But my point is, they assumed her innocence first, only on the basis of her gender, because they never gave him that consideration. And most people didn't. When I heard about Paul Bernard, I thought he was a fucking disgusting man. And he is. I will never change my mind on that shit. But I think Carla's even worse. He did this to her own sister, her own blood.
What I'm saying is, it's possible. Like what you're saying is completely possible. But to also say, well, I heard the transcripts and she got sexually gratification and she enjoyed it. That's true, but that doesn't mean that she was involved in the way that you think because of the later conversation, because it could go either way. She could have been the cause or he could have been the cause. But at the end, what you hear in the end of it isn't necessarily what it's going to be in the beginning, because just like drugs, drug addicts normally don't go from not doing drugs to shooting heroin their first time. They usually drink, then they usually smoke weed, or they smoke weed, then they there's always a progression, and it's never at the end of when someone gets sober is not going to be the exact same way as it was in the beginning. Like a lot of drug addicts, when they start doing drugs, they had fun. It was a good time. They're chasing some sort of enjoyment, stuff like that. At the end of it, like when you first start drinking, you might be drinking only Ciroc or only Grey Goose, or you only drink $200 bottles of liquor. But by the time that your life is completely in shambles and you're going to get sober, you're drinking Colt 45 in on a stoop, homeless. Like it's a completely different than how it started.
No, I understand you, but the place where I'm coming from is, when I said that, I was saying that not only did the audio of it made me think that she was culpable in the act, right? That she had no problem with the act, which allowed me to believe that maybe Paul wasn't the only person involved in that situation that was guilty, because the way she spoke about it made her 100% as culpable as him. And nobody even thought to consider for a second that he either could have been the victim in that situation, where he was the one who started off drinking Ciroc and she's what led him to down malt liquor and heroin avenue, right? I just that was my
Yeah, but again, I don't know the court case. I haven't seen the case. I don't know. I'm just telling you.
Yeah.
I'm just telling you, it could have been either way. I can't say anything more than that because, like I said, I can't argue specifics or anything when I don't know any details other than what you told me. And I'm sure there's fucking folders and folders and folders of evidence and shit that are in the case.
Yeah. 100% agree with you, right? Like I was just trying to what I brought up was trying to just explain the way I saw it, which was that she's not guiltless, but we assume that she was based on the fact she was a chick. That's why they gave her so much leeway. It's because she was a woman, and they were thinking that she was manipulated.
Yeah, but they always give women less time for the same crime. Like that's just a fact. And again, when it comes down to sentencing guidelines, it comes down to circumstance. Circumstance can get your crime. Like, so if I set out to go kill my baby mom's boyfriend, not that I'm going to, but say I did, okay, that is a different circumstance than if I walk into my house and my baby mom is having sex with her boyfriend in my bed. Like, it's the same thing. The guy's getting killed, but the circumstance in which it happens is different. So my sentencing is going to be different comparatively. Like when you plot and set up to go do something, then there's a motive. So that's first degree murder. Walking into my room and there being a guy fucking my baby mom and I kill him, that's different because they're going to see that as a crime of passion, which means there was no motive. So they can't get me with murder 1. They can only get me with like murder 3, which has a different sentencing guideline. So circumstance of a situation, or if you come into your house and you see your kid being abused and you kill the person, you're probably going to not even get charged because of the like it just depends on when sentencing guidelines are not so clear cut when it comes to stuff. Judges have leeway with stuff, and so does the court system on how they charge you. Yeah.
Like these people are two of the most notorious people here in Canada. It's like it was our biggest story because it was just the level in which it happened. It was in '93. They were just disgusting human beings all around. And it's like, I can understand, you're chasing a dragon, but chase a dragon to the point where you murder your 15-year-old sister and molest her. It's like, I mean, look.
See, stuff like that. I don't think that. I don't think people should get life in prison.
Yeah.
Like legitly, I think that like you do some fuck shit like that, then there should be a group of people that go and they do some super torturous fuck shit to you for a long period of time and then end your life.
Yeah. I think right now what we really need to do if we ever want to see true equality is start talking about the real issues at hand, which is the fact that we need to push for equality for women and men for prison sentencing. I think we need to advocate that more women take part in the homicide statistics. I think we're seeing an underrepresentation of women being murdered in the day. Like 77% of all homicides are men. I think that's unfair to women everywhere. I feel like they're being oppressed in that statistic. So we need to try and bulk up those numbers. It's like, can you imagine somebody actually pushing for that shit? It's like, it blows my mind. It's like they talk about wanting equality. It's like 97% of workplace fatalities, men, right? And yeah, Hillary Clinton saying that the real people who suffer when men go overseas and die. It's not the men that die, nah. It's the women that cared for them.
Well, there was an article that there was actually an article of COVID where men were dying more, but like the feminist article said that women were really bearing the blunt of the problem of the coronavirus. And then I also seen an article where it was talking about the women in Mexico are being raped and killed, and that they need to stand up. But like at the same exact time, like 3 times more men are murdered in Mexico from the drug cartels than women are human trafficked and raped and killed. It's like astonishingly like 3 or 4 times higher rates of men, but women were still the victims compared to the men that are being raped and murdered and killed and whatnot.
Well, that's the thing, right? It's like this one joke from Bill Burr gets me every time. It's like that woman who cut her husband's cock off and threw it on the front lawn. She got like a slap on the wrist. But imagine if the story changed and it was a dude who cut a woman's tit off and threw it in the dryer. It's like we wouldn't be laughing at that. We laugh at this dude who got his genitals mutilated, right? It's like, why is one thing funny and another thing is sad and just disgusting and depraved? When a woman, like, there's a video, I think it was from the Tyra Banks show when I was a kid. My mom, she loved to watch all them stupid, like, women talk shows and shit, right? And, like, the reason I think they're stupid is because I just don't understand what the fuck they talk about. Because I'm like, dude. And it was a video of a woman and a man. The first one was the man just beating the shit out of his woman in broad daylight in Central Park. Everyone got involved. Everyone got involved. Not a single person stood back, except for the women, of course. They just called the police, right? But every guy in sight got involved. And then they did the same one a couple days later, and it was a man getting just absolutely beaten by his wife. She was slapping him in the face, mocking him, just beating him, and everyone just stood there, and people laughed. They either walked right past him, pretended it didn't happen, or they laughed at him.
So, like to be honest, with all this feminism stuff that's going on, it's really hard for it's honestly really hard to it's hard to find good women. Like in my life, I've probably not met. I can't say that I've dated one woman that hasn't done me dirty. Like, now, granted, I've been a drug dealer a lot of my life, and I look like a criminal, and I am a criminal, so like that could also be the problem. But at the same time, like even chicks that weren't drug addicts or street or weren't outwardly like things that you would think would be a problem, I still get fucked over by. So it like dating's rough.
Yeah, man, it is. Like, that's the thing is, you always find yourself in situations where you're either the person fixing the damaged people or you're the damaged person trying to be fixed. And either way, like a lot of the problem with men is, and like I know with myself, is we feel the need to be the ones to do all the work in the relationship. And we always try to like help them, fix them, solve their problems because we think that's what it means to be a man. And to be honest, it is. But the problem is we never take time to expect them to do anything for us. We just satisfy if they fuck us. We get that pussy at the end of the night, we're happy and we're good. And the problem is it just leaves us worn out where to the point where we just can't take it. Right? So I understand that, man. It's hard because you never know if the person that you are getting in with is a person who actually has your best interest in mind, and then you get stuck with this idea. We on both sides, male and female, you get stuck with the idea that there's no good people left out there for you, right? Like I hear all the time, chicks be talking like, "Oh man, there's no such thing as a good guy anymore." It's like, bitch, have you seen your friend zone? It's full of niggas that would just do anything, just have you look at them. You fucking and then you get like guys like, man, I can't stand these fucking bitches. They're a bunch of arrogant motherfuckers always expecting shit. And then but the thing is, we never notice the chicks who are desperate for our attention who actually like us because either we're not attracted to them or whatnot either.
Well, so Nate, to answer your question, so in life, I have attracted a doctor, I've attracted nurses, I've attracted models, I've attracted junkies, I've attracted chicks that had normal 9-to-5s, chicks that were in college. Like I've pretty much attracted all walks of life. And like even the chicks like I can't honestly say that the chicks that really cared about me, I never gave the time of day. But like I can say when I was younger, I was definitely a fuck boy. Like I'm not gonna say I wasn't, but I'm a drug
Well,
addict.
because it was there. It was there.
Like, I'm not gonna say that like, as a drug addict, I do like stuff that's not necessarily good for me. So, but at the end of the day, like the girls that I loved the most have always done me the dirtiest, and the girls that I really wasn't in love with, they didn't do me as bad as the girls I actually loved. And like when it comes to women, like this is an issue that I have with women. When a woman gets upset about something, she won't let it go. She won't. Like she'll want to talk about it and bitch about it and bitch about it and bitch about it. And even when you say like, I'm sorry you feel that way, I'll fix it. I'll change. I'll try to make you feel like I'll do whatever the problem is to fix it. And then I tell you that, and I'm in the middle of doing that, and then you still want to complain about it and bitch about it and nag about it. Like you just make me not want to deal with it. Like I just don't want to deal with it anymore because I've already said my piece. I already said that I was going to do something different than what you're having a problem with, and it's still not fucking good enough. Like the fact of the matter is I feel that women feel nowadays that they have a right to just nag you and bitch and complain and make you feel miserable, but not understand why you're acting different. Like,
well, see, that's the thing, right? It's like you gotta understand that's just how women are, right? It's because like the great Owen Benjamin once said, um, like women like to fuck man, why am I blanking right now? What is it? Women don't give orders, right? They like when women talk, when they want you to do something, they'll never tell you directly, right? What they'll do is they'll beat around the bush about it. They'll say something like wow, it's really cold. And yeah, sorry, they think observations are orders, right? And it's like that's not how men do business. If you say, "Hey, pick up your shoes," I'll pick up my shoes. But if you say, "Wouldn't it be nice if like there were no shoes near the door," or somebody's like, I'm like, "Yeah, I guess it would be," and then I just go back to thinking about why glue doesn't stick to the inside of the bottle. It's like, guys, we're not the same as women. We're different. Like Michelle said, right? It's like women are emotional, guys are physical. Like all a guy wants, and this is something. If there's to any woman listening, this is all a man wants is just to be told that we did a good job. It's all we fucking need. Pussy and be told we did a good job. We just want to know that we're the fucking man. Yeah.
Like we want something that is fucked up or broken that we can fix. Yeah. And if it's something that we can't fix, then you bitching about it just bothers us.
Well, yeah, because like we want to know we did a good job. That's it. And we're like dogs, right? Like you pat a dog on the head, you say good boy, and he's like yeah, right? You tell us we did a good job. We're like yeah, I'm the fucking man. I'm a fucking man. I provided something. I did something, and it's like that's all we want. And there's like a lot of guys who aren't like that, like the crazy ones. But for the most part, like look, like Savage, like he agrees. Like if Woody came home from work and he's like, yeah, I just finished, and his girlfriend came up to him and said, you did a good job. Like, wouldn't you feel good about yourself? Like, yeah, I provided for my kid. I did good.
Well, see,
right?
for me personally, like, yeah, trust me. Like, listen, I know how women are.
Exactly.
I know how to date women. Like, I know how they are. But I'm just saying to the viewers, like, I'll put you like this. So at the end of the day, like my girlfriend, for example, she was just bitch like this whole time. Even seeing me look at my phone is because she's texting me, and she doesn't like that when I come home from work, I sleep. So like this whole week, I've been having trouble like with my. I've been tired all week. My hepatitis, I think my levels are high, and my enzymes are high. So like I'm tired, and because I'm tired, I'm coming home and sleeping, and then it's fucking up my sleeping patterns. So like I'm not able to fall asleep until 1, 2, or 3 in the morning, and then I have to go be at work at 6:30. So like I'm only sleeping for like 2 or 3 hours really before I go to work, and then I come home from working 8 hours in the heat, and I'm beat. Like when I came home today, I really wanted to upload a video, but I didn't have the energy, so I went, turned my AC on in my room, got on my boxers, passed out for like 4 hours, got up, and then came in here and put up this live stream. And like it irritates her that I come home and nap. Like me napping irritates her.
Yeah, like I'd say like your best response to that is just don't engage. Right? She gets mad at you napping, just nap. And she wants to keep nagging, just ignore it.
But
right.
That's the thing. That's the thing. She doesn't live with me. I live by myself.
Then what you do is you mute her text. Mute her text. And when she gets fed up and comes see you in person, just be like, why haven't you been responding? Just be like, look, if you want to shut up about this nap and shit, then I'm not going to talk to you. When you fix yourself, want to talk to me, then we'll have a discussion.
Yeah, so, like, she lives 40 minutes away from me, and she has a son, all right? So,
yeah.
So she can't really just get up and come up here. But at the end of the day, I also have 2 dogs, and she doesn't like dogs. And her and her son are allergic to dogs, slightly allergic. Yeah. So long story short, it's just like it irritates her that I live like a bachelor. Like I literally can go to sleep when I want.
Yeah. What you do is you just tell her like, look, this is who you're dating. If you don't like it, this door, right? Because the thing is, anytime you give in, you gotta view dating women like you're negotiating with terrorists. And motherfucker, you're the United States of America. You know what they say about that? We do not negotiate with terrorists.
Listen, bro, I'm telling you, I'm an asshole. Like I really am a dick, and I'm not gonna say that I'm not. But like, it's gotten to a point in life where I want to go to work, I want to come home, and I just want some peace and some quiet. And like, I'm not gonna lie to you, like the amount of time, like, yeah, that's exactly what she wants. Like at the end of the day, I want some peace and some quiet, and I just don't want to. I don't want to argue. I don't want to fight. Like I just don't. And
that's most men.
Since I've had this channel, like, listen, guys. Like right now, if I go to YouTube and I go look up my channel, your channel, let's look at it. It says I have 187 subscribers and I have 51 videos. All right. Like right now, this stream has been on for 3 hours. All right. I have multiple live streams. I have a live stream that was like an 8-hour show or 9-hour show. So like I know that my time I've been putting more time into this and photography, and I'm like my free time when I'm at work, like after work, I'm putting into other stuff. So like I can understand her problem with wanting attention and not getting as much attention from me as that she wants. So I can see her point there, but at the same time, like if I want this channel to grow and if I want this channel to be something, like I'm gonna have to put time in it. So
yeah, you got to put in work to make it grow.
I don't want to keep arguing about it, and I don't want to keep fighting about it. And like, if I wasn't doing this channel, I'd be getting off work and going back to work and working constantly.
Well, try doing this approach because it works. Is just say that this is something you're passionate about, and you have to use the word passion because they fall for buzzwords like real easy. So like instead of saying this is something I want to do, just say this is something I'm passionate about, and I feel as though it is something that needs to be done. Right? You have to use certain kind of words when you're talking to women because you can't speak logic. You got to speak feelings. And trust me, you said it right if you feel like an absolute faggot afterwards.
Yeah, I'm not going to cuck myself like that. I'd rather her just be mad at me.
Yeah, I can understand that. I can understand that, man. There's very few things I'd want to make myself out to look like that for. You know what I'm saying?
I hit the wrong one again.
Yeah, no, I feel I got it this time. This time it made sense.
Yeah, but so like, and like, yeah, like that's the thing. Like, there's just there's just like not. Here's the other thing. Like, I always try to tell her like I have like there's different stuff that's on my mind, on my shoulders than she sees. Like, I've got two baby moms. Like, I like until like last month, I was dealing with CPS. Like, I deal with like my son's mom not letting me see him, or my daughter's mom not letting me see my daughter. Like, there's all sorts of bullshit that I deal with. Plus, like I make like 50 grand a year, but after I pay taxes and child support, I only make 25 grand because child support and taxes eat that much of my money. And then like I have to figure out how to take care of myself. Plus I have to pay like medical bills for my son. Like, I'm not even on child support yet for my daughter. So I'm not even sure what that's going to be like. There's times are good. There's times are rough. And I just got a lot of shit on my plate, and like I'm just like everyone else. Like, there's times that I'm happy and upbeat, and there's times that like I'm just kind of in a rut.
Yeah, and that's the problem is whenever you're in a rut, they know and they fucking go after you. Like, trust me, man. There was when I was my ex, right? And when everything was good and I was golden, I was loving my life, like there was no problems. But the second I found myself in financial difficulty for 2 minutes, she was on my ass, making like just making every fucking decision I made. Like, and by the time we ended things, man, I was so just depressed all the time that when things finally ended and it was all said and done, I actually was extremely happy that I did not have to talk to her. I didn't have to see her. I didn't have to talk to her. My friends like noticed it immediately. I was upbeat. I was dancing again, singing, acting the ass. I was myself. Like, literally, she sucked the life out of me for about 9 months straight. Like, the initial when we got together was great. But right after that, when I started worrying about my money, all of a sudden she saw that weakness and she just drained the fucking life out of me.
I totally agree, man. Like, and like here, the other hard part of it is like she wants to live where she lives, and she doesn't want to live where I live, and like I have dogs, so like I can't just leave my dogs by themselves all the time. Like, that's not something I can do.
Yeah.
And like she doesn't like dogs, so she doesn't really want to be here like that. And like it just like there's a bunch of shit that like pretty much for me to see her, it's just a bunch of me having to like figure out someone to watch my dogs and going down there to see her. And like,
Well, it sounds like you doing most of the work here.
I'm not going to say that I'm not doing most of the work, but the thing of it is a lot of it comes down to like there are certain things that make it harder, and I don't get slack for that. Like, I didn't choose for her to move to where she lives. I didn't choose for her to get birds. Like, I already had dogs when I met her. Like, I already lived in Cleveland. Like, I haven't, like, I moved where I'm at a month after we had started dating.
Yeah, it's like, but see, it sounds like she doesn't want to have to do any work herself. Because that's the thing. When you want a relationship to be successful, you have to put in work on both sides. You're putting in the effort. Doesn't sound like she's putting in as much effort.
I'm not going to say she's not. It's just the things that she has a problem with are not things that can be easily changed, and it's not. It's like you bitching about it being too hot in the middle of the summer. Like, it doesn't matter how much you bitch about it, it's still going to be what it is. And
Oh yeah.
I'm like it's just what it is. Like, a lot of things that bother her are things that I really can't help, or things that I can't really fix immediately, or just stupid shit that, like, it's an uphill battle.
Yeah. Well,
Like,
I understand that.
Dating's rough as a dude. Like, that's really what it is.
Well, because there's a lot of expectations put on us as men. There's none put on them, right? And it's like, and the thing is, women really don't understand how little we ask of you. We really don't ask much of you. Just don't don't come at me with your drama, your nonsense. When I walk in the door, just let me sit and decompress for like 2 minutes. And look, if as long as you're sleeping with me, and as long as you're telling me like I did a good job, I'm golden. I don't need much more from you. Just make me a sandwich and leave me the hell alone for one day, and I'm golden. I'm a happy man. I know one day you'll just let me sit down, play my video games, and just talk with the boys. And I don't have to hear no lip. I don't have to listen to you give me no opinions. And I don't have to hear about your fucking friend Sarah for the 50th time, bitch. I don't like her.
Well, this is what it comes down to. So, like I've said in other shows, I'm a recovering heroin addict. So there's always a chance of me relapsing or drinking or smoking. There's always, like, I'm not immune to not doing dumb shit. But, like, those times don't really come to mind unless I'm stressed, because my coping mechanism for years was getting high and doing drugs. So, like, when I have my job, so, like, I have people at my job that I answer to. When they're on my ass, I become stressed. And then when I have my baby mom on my ass on top of my job, that is a vice that's pushing on me that, like, makes me want to do dumb shit. Or when my girlfriend and my baby mom are I have things outside of my relationship that weigh on me and put pressure on me. And there are things that get to me, to where there are times where I just want to drink because I physically want some relief. Like, I just want a minute to be able to melt into a chair and breathe and not feel the weight of reality on my shoulders. And, like, women, like, my girl is a recovering heroin addict as well. But, like, the way that she sees stuff and does stuff, she doesn't necessarily see that much. She doesn't see that, like, she's pushing, like, I'm already stressed, and that she's pushing on me like that.
Yeah.
Like, she doesn't see that.
Well, the thing is, she won't, because the way you see the world, the way she sees the world, are diametrically opposed to each other. And, like, she is always going to look at things that you do and question them, or put you in compromising situations where you get angry. And it's just a genetic thing. That's just the way the woman's mind is. And it's like, it's not to, like, insult anyone who's a woman. It's just like, look, the way we see the world is different. Like, the way I see the world, the way you see the world is different. But we have more in common than you would with a female, like, than you would have with your sister. Because the way she sees the world is always going to be the way she sees the world, right? And it's just like we want to solve problems. We want to fix things. We want to, if there's a problem that needs fixing, we just give you the answer. They don't want an answer to their problems. They just want to have problems, right? And it's like, it's a difficult thing. Difficult thing to be a man, especially because we don't get no sympathy for it. There's nobody going around saying, like, man, it must be hard to be a dude. Every excuse is given to when women do fuck shit, and no excuse is ever given to when a guy does it, unless he happens to be an African American man and he just shot a cop. Then it's acceptable. Then it's probably good. It's because of white supremacy, you know.
Yeah, you know, it is what it is, man. Like, it is what it is. Like,
Yeah.
like it's come to the point where, like I've said, like if, like Michelle, I really don't want, I don't want sympathy. That's not why I was bringing this up. I really just wish that, like I wish that this gynocentric narrative is not going on in our society, because it's gotten to the point where, like, after this relationship, like, I really don't even know if I want to deal with women. Like, I think I might just be content with just kicking it with myself.
I feel you on that, man. But see, the thing is, it's the one of the best things you can experience in life is the love of a good woman. But at the same time, one of the most irritating things you can experience in your life is having to have a conversation with them. And the thing is, what really fucked us over is the fact that we've been pussified as men to the point where women question our every decision, and we let them, because they don't want you to have any sign of weakness, because they want a man who's strong 100% through and through. But at the same time, we constantly pump down a guy's throat that we can't be too strong, because that's toxic masculinity. It's like, so you're giving me these mixed messages. You want a weak man you want a strong man who's also weak. You want a tough guy who's also a pussy. You want a guy who's smart but also is a thug, right? It's like, you gotta make up your mind. I can't be everything and all at once. It's like, it's tough. Like,
There's all sorts of noise outside. I have no idea what the fuck that is.
yeah, it's quiet as a bitch over here, man. Gotta love the sunny shores of Canada.
Yeah, I like the hood. I just don't like not knowing what's going on.
Yeah, like I honestly, like, that's one thing I can say. There's a vast difference between Canada and America, right? Like you guys, the way shit goes in America is just different, and we're so desperate to have, like, even half of the fucking hoaxes you have, right? Like, we had a girl who was apparently murdered by the police, right? But what really happened was, it caused the riots in Toronto because we're trying to be you, but we're pretending we're not, right? So what happened was, she did some fuck shit. The police showed up at her door. So she wanted to avoid getting arrested by the police. So she tried to climb down the balcony to the next floor down below, and she fell. And so there was this whole narrative that the cops threw her out the window off the balcony, and that's what killed it.
Sucks.
Yeah, but it's like, in reality, it was just her being an idiot. But it's like, we're that desperate. We'll make up anything, just so we can be like, yeah, see, we're hard. Like, we're hard here in Canada. We're hard up here in Canada too. But really, man, in Canada, it's pretty easy. If you're respectful, the police are respectful. If you're not doing anything that anyone's willing to complain about, the police aren't willing to bother you, leave you alone. It really is kind of like how they say it is. We're all up here singing Kumbaya, just looking down at the States going, damn, I wish we were as thug as the States are.
Well, it comes down to here in America, our political shit and everything goes. It goes to But it pretty much goes to the exact same. It goes to the exact same. All over the world, all over the world wants to be part of our culture.
Yeah, like over here, our Torontonians, we speak like we're trying to be from Memphis, like with our Ebonics. Like it's hilarious. We're trying so desperately to be something we're not, while also claiming that this is who we are. It's like, no, it's not. It's like not everyone who's black talks like that, but like, hey, if you want to prove you're black, you got to speak like that. It's like you ever wonder what it is to be black? It's just act the ass, can't speak eloquently, and gets into trouble. If you don't fit those criteria, you're not black. You can have the card revoked. You can have, like, people will talk down to you. People won't respect you. Now, I wrote in the comment section once that I disagreed on something, and the guy's like, "Well, you're not black." And I'm like, "How do you know I'm not black?" I'm like, number one, you can see my picture there. I'm black. You can see my comment. It's just words. How do you know I'm not black? He's like, because I've never seen a black person say that word. It's like, okay. So now, does my words have to sound a certain way? It's like I have to go through purity tests if I speak too eloquently. It's insane.
Michelle, what are you smiling about? See, I'm not gonna lie to you. Michelle always be down in the comments, and like I always be trying to get her to conversate with me, or like I've told her she can email me and she don't email me. Like she seems like a very rational female.
I mean, you should jump on a conversation right now. We're just two people talking.
Yeah, she says she's too shy. She won't come on camera.
Yeah, Torontonians. Yeah, that's what we call people who live in Toronto.
You're very self-aware of what?
Of her womanly status. Yeah, no, Torontonians are so desperate to be like New Yorkers. We like pride ourselves on being just as smug and arrogant, unpolite, and like just like they're just as rude as anyone in the States. Try and talk to one of them; they'll walk right past you. Well, most women are shy, to be honest. Like women will never like. You ever listen to a woman's pickup game? It's pathetic. You ever a woman try to pick you up? It's hilarious. It's like one girl criticized me. She's like, "Is that your best pickup line?" I'm like, "What would be yours? Impress you? How about you impress me? I'll wait." It was just she's just muttering some shit. It's sad. If you take the yeah.
When women approach me and like try to hit on me and shit, like it's lightweight. It's lightweight, like awkward. Like it's just like cringy. Like I'm just like I feel very uncomfortable.
It's like it is exactly like that. It's like they don't got game because they don't have to. They just sit there and be attractive. Then some guy will come up to them and be like, "How you doing, sweetheart?" Man, like that is what it is. It's like I think there's nothing wrong with being shy, but at the same time, right? Like there's nothing wrong with the way women do stuff. But at the same time, don't shit on me for my game being weak, girl. Like, what's your game like?
Well, like I went to probation last week, and I had to go to Giant Eagle to get a money order. And as I'm walking through the door, I'm wearing like my coveralls from work, and I'm obviously dirty. And like this chick stared me up and down, like it was like if it was any more blatant, she would have been wearing booty shorts and just bent over, looking at me over the shoulder, like. And I'm just like, damn, girl, like you thirsty as a motherfucker.
Yeah. I used to have like when I was at college, right? I have one girl. She kept coming over to play with my hair. I'm like, what is it about women and a mixed kid's hair, man? Like they just like touching it.
Hold on a second. I'm gonna take the dogs out real quick.
Yeah, no worries, man. I'll answer questions in the comments. Let's see what we got here. You're just like New Yorkers, just like San Francisco people, just like LA. And they really do obsess with the whole gay shit, man. Like I'm not even joking. They got those gay pride flags everywhere. Well, only people who vote for Biden are black. Anyone who even considers not agreeing with Biden, they're white. Or maybe Mexican. I was told I was a wetback. Let's see. Anyone got any questions for the Canadian? Thank you, I appreciate it. The Mexican that speaks leprechaun. Yeah, well, I'm well versed in speaking like a leprechaun. You know, I went to Ireland for a little bit and I learned the dialect, how to speak like one of them. So yeah.
Yeah, I know women like men. I know women like men that are in work clothes. All women say, "I like a hard-working man," and then they bitch about you always working.
Isn't that the truth? You never have time for me. I just took 2 hours out of my day to come back from Toronto. Now I gotta sleep, and you're bitching I got no time for you. Yes. Oh, why don't you take that job? Okay. No, you never got time for me anymore. We used to spend more time. Yeah. You think what's gonna happen? I get off tying a rod for 2 hours, for what, 8 hours? My back's killing me. You know, covered in fucking steel and rust. I still find some way to complain. Yeah.
Yeah, my girl works in an office, and I work in a super hot building.
Your girl works in an office? Like, man, I wish I had an office job. Fucking easy as shit. Just sit down all day on my ass. Get a padded seat.
She works in an office, and I work in a building that has no power. Like, no air conditioning. It's fucking 90 degrees and humid as fuck outside. And it's like 105 inside the building with no airflow. And I'm just sweating, standing still. And I'm like, yeah, I'm just a little bit tired. Just a little bit. Like, I just like to, lay down. Just, maybe take off my pants and relax.
Yeah, it's like, look, I would love to have, like if I could find a woman who understood all I need is a sandwich in 25 minutes without nagging, I'd be a happy man. But I don't think the one exists, right? Yeah, if you've ever worked in construction, man, I did high rise rod man, right? So imagine being on top of a building with no walls in the middle of winter, getting snow in Canada blowing in your face. It's snow high, like freezing cold temperatures, and you're all the way up 16 floors into the sky. Imagine that. Just it ain't pleasant. You lifting steel rods all day. Wears out your back real fast.
Yeah, dude. Like electricians have bad shoulders, bad hands, bad knees. We're in the winter. We're in the heat.
Yeah. Like what I do, you bent over at the waist all day, and when you're not, you're lifting steel, right? Like you ever seen steel rebar?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we carry that shit on our shoulders. We put down all the framing of all the walls in the house, right? And we tie it up, and we do the bottom layer and the upper layer, right? And it's honestly, by the end of the day, like my back is screaming. Now I'm 23 years old and I'm begging on my knees for an ice pack. Like it's just brutal. I get home, I go straight to my bed. I just lie there, just like my ice pack under my back. Just, oh.
You need to make sure that you get a chiropractor.
Yeah, man. Like yeah, but it's brutal, man. Like it does not do good for you. Like especially when you're young. Like it's the easiest job to get is high rise rodman because no one wants to do it. Like the only people in my industry are meth addicts and heroin addicts.
Yeah, like, dude, my back is fucked up. My back is so fucked up. It's not necessarily fucked. Like this shoulder. This shoulder, I got in like a fight or a car accident or something, and there's supposed to be space, but like there's a joint here, and there's supposed to be like space. Well, from me being like me fighting or a car wreck or something, like my bone is actually there's no space. It's jammed up into my shoulder. So
Dude.
like this side of my shoulder is fucked up, and like I'm supposed to have surgery on it, and I haven't like. Bro, I have a hernia that I've had for 2 years that I can't go get surgery on it because I can't take 6 months. Like I can't take 6 months off or 2 months off or however long it is to go get the surgery. Like I can't take the time off to actually do stuff for my health because I pay child support and I have to support myself.
Exactly. And to answer your question there, Nick, no, they ain't free. They're very expensive in Canada. We have free health care, but chiropractic is not considered health care. Chiropractic is considered witch doctory. Like what we cover is there's a specific doctor that does what chiropractors do, except they have a medical license to do it. And I think they're covered for the most part, but our health care is not very comprehensive. And they make you wait aggressive time periods. But I'm pretty sure, like, you know, you could probably find some chiropractors for pretty cheap.
Well, do you know the one thing that I love in a woman?
What?
I love a woman that will rub my back. I'm telling you right now, if I can get a hot plate and a back rub, that's it. I'm good. Sold.
Yeah, isn't that crazy, right? Because we ask for so few things. Look, just make me a sandwich, and pat me on the head every now and then, and rub my back. And it's like they're like, men are so hard to please. Like, are we though? I don't need you to understand me. I don't need you to listen to me. I could just. Like honestly, if I just go in a room and sit by myself for hours on end and never say a word. I'm fine with that, and I can talk for hours on end. But like we ask for so little, yet everyone thinks that we ask for so much.
Yeah, I don't know, man. It's rough out here.
Yeah, like it's insane. And it's like this shit used to be like standard issue. You get uniform chicks, right? Like you just be like, you walk over, hey, Mr. Fremont, I'd like to date your daughter. I want to make sure before I go out with her. Can she cook? Yes. Can she clean? All right. You know, does she have too many opinions? No. All right. Sold. Right now, it's like now every girl's got like the thing is, there's nothing wrong with you having opinions, but it's like dumb opinions I have a problem with. I don't know about you. You ever heard some just stupid shit that someone has to say? Like, it's one thing if it's a guy saying it, I can just ignore you. But if it's someone I'm sleeping with, I just.
Listen, I can drown out anything, man. I have a mom and sisters and an aunt, and most of the I've got I spent most of my life around my sisters and whatnot. So like I cannot listen to whatever bullshit they're talking about.
See, what I did is I mastered half listening. Where it's like I just listened to enough to kind of get the general idea what they're talking about, then tune them out for the rest of the time and just be like, yeah, oh my god, Kelly is a bitch. And it's like, oh my god, you understand me. It's like, ugh. At one point, it got to the point where I just asked my girlfriend, I'm like, look, start at the end of the story, and then I'll decide if I'm gonna listen to it.
We're gonna negotiate. What are we gonna negotiate, Michelle? What needs to be negotiated? Like we need to date for you to date someone. You have to sign a contract. Like I will give you 3 back rubs a month and make 15 meals a month, but you have to do X, Y, and Z. Like what's the negotiate?
Well, like, I guess you could just explain up front what you're looking for, right? If a guy wants to be with you, don't understand right away what like if he knows the score, it's fine, right? Like there's no problem with you talking to your boyfriend or a guy that you're looking as a prospect and saying, hey, look, so this is what I want, and I'm gonna ask what you want. Let's define terms, and this will be our relationship. And I'm sure you'll find guys who honor that. Look, like you gotta understand, I like a lot of girls think that guys are complicated. That we'll bail if things get too serious. It's like, no, we'll only bail if things get irritating. Right? Like if you're offering if what you're bringing to the table is more interesting than what I've already got, why would I bail?
Okay, so Michelle.
Yeah, they want sex, but it's not all they want.
Michelle, I'm gonna give you some man code. All right. So, if you were 18 years old and a virgin, and you said to a man you wanted to wait till you were married, he's still gonna probably still want sex, but he will be more understanding. All right.
Well, no, he'll happily wait because he's thinking,
30,
"Wow, I'm getting virgin pussy."
When you're 35 and have 2 kids, and you've been giving out your cookie to all these other dudes for 20 years, and now you find me and you want me to wait 6 months, that is mathematics that men cannot compute. Like that doesn't make any sense to us.
Well, see, the thing is, what we do is we worry. We think like we're gonna get taken for idiots, right? Because it's like if you typically fuck on the first date and now you want me to wait, it's like, but you fucked him on the first date, so that means
yes.
I'm an idiot.
And here's another tip. So men really don't care if women are sluts. Sluts are really a woman shaming on women shaming. Like a woman will call a woman a slut. Men will talk to each other and be like, so if a guy is talking to a female and he says, oh, I'm talking to Jessica, and old boy's like, oh, bro, so you know she's a whore. What he's saying is, if you want to have sex with her, completely okay. But just know you shouldn't marry her or take her seriously because she's had sex with everyone we hang out with. Like men men do care about body number or body count on a certain level today.
Well, just
But when
don't tell them about it. Like if a guy ever asks you what's your body count,
don't
like,
date him. Don't date
yeah,
him
because
because
he's
he's insecure.
insecure. He's insecure. You like for example, like my ex told me her body count. I didn't ask. I didn't care. I didn't want to know because I don't want to know what you did in your past because that's before me, right? And no guy is like any guy who's can overlook anything you've done. Understand that when you date a guy, as long as you're upfront with him and you're honest with him, he'll overlook half the fuck shit you did, as long as he's not part of it. Like,
So
right?
here's another pro tip. All right. So all men want you to be some form of a whore. All right. And the reason I say that is we want you to be enough of a whore to sleep with us in a pretty quick sense, but not enough of a whore that when I hang out with my friends, we all could just run a gangbang because we've all had sex with you before. So it wouldn't be out of the ordinary for all of us to just start the train. So men really don't men aren't really going to think, oh well, she had sex with me on the second night, she ain't shit. Like that's really not a thing because I'm going to tell you right now, if I go and hang out with a chick 3 times when I'm single and I don't have sex with her, I'm not hanging out with her again because I'm not giving up time and money and any of these things to not get laid for an extended period of time. Just like if a woman, if I make time.
Sorry, man. You go.
Yeah, like I'm not saying that you should have one night stands, but what I'm saying is men like the way that people portray the way that men think isn't necessarily the way it is. Like
yeah, it's very accurate.
For example, if I say I make plans with a woman and she blows me off the first time, okay, we reschedule. The second time she blows me off, that's it. We're done. No more. Like if you blow me off 2 times in a row, it's a wrap. I'm done giving you my time.
It sets a bad precedent. It sets a precedent that your time is more important than my time. See, here's the thing, right? You gotta understand, guys are perceived to want sex. Like we do. Of course we want it. We also want good food. We also want a bunch of shit that we don't get, right? What we want is what we want. But there are tons of guys who want long-term relationships. And in fact, most guys, if they agree to date you, they don't want to date you short term. Right?
I'm going to give you the best advice of your life. Men want their life to be easier with you than without you. That's all we want.
Yeah, pretty much. Right? If when I come home from work, you got a sandwich waiting for me, I'm a happy man. And I will pretty much do whatever you want as long as you give me 3 things. Right? Cook for me. Tell me I did a good job. And when I'm really stressed out and just want to be left alone, you leave me alone. That you're just around, but not there, right? Like you're hiding somewhere in the rafters or something. I know you're there, but you're not bothering me none. You're not constantly asking me for attention. So I will give you all my attention, but I'm gonna need some time for me too, to decompress all of what you are, which is stressing me the fuck out. Right? It's like guys, really, we want to love you because we are programmed to love you. Right? You aren't programmed to love us. Right? Because the only love a man will ever truly experience is a love of a man and his dog. We give love. We don't receive it. Right? The thing is, we emulate love. Right? We see what it's supposed to be and we try to give you all of what it is. Right? And it's one of those things where as long as you reciprocate to us the bare minimum, we are the happiest people alive. And as long as you're less crazy than our ex, we'll stay around. We'll just be like, damn, she's not that psycho bitch I was with before. She's not that pain in the ass I was with before. Or like, wow, she does nice things for me. And especially if you do it out of the blue. Like if I don't have to hassle you for sex, that's great. If I don't have to hassle you for you to do something nice, if you're just thoughtful for the sake of being thoughtful, I would definitely appreciate that. Most guys would.
This is how simple this is. As a guy, I don't care if you make me dinner every night. I don't care about that. But if I can get a hot meal more than I have to actually cook, because I enjoy cooking, but I don't want to cook every fucking day after I work, especially like when shit gets busy in my life. Like there's seriously, like when I started working at my job, there was a 2-month period that I worked like 250 hours of overtime. I was working like 14 and 18-hour days. I was working 7 days a week. Like I can't wash my clothes and cook dinner, and I can barely keep up with my personal life as it is when I'm working 70, 80 hours a week. So like if I can have someone there that helps me with my personal affairs in my spare time, I'll do whatever for. But if I have to do all the if a bunch of my personal life shit is put on me, and I have a woman, and I have to take care of your needs, and I gotta work, that becomes a hassle for me. Ash, go, bro. Come on, dude. Go. Dude.
Well, yeah, you feel as though you're overextending yourself, right? And what you want from a good woman is to feel as though someone is there taking care of your needs and just
helping you.
Like
that's what
comes it's just to. Like it's like you have this mountain of suffering on your shoulders, and then all of a sudden this girl comes along just to help you take some of that weight off your back, even if it's a little. See, the thing about guys is we appreciate everything we get, and all we ask is this much. And if you do the bare minimum, you will find guys loving up on you for the rest of your existence, right? It's the problem is that a lot of girls don't really see how little we ask of them, and they think that what we're asking them is a lot, and it really isn't, right? And I understand that it might be one of those things that people don't really get.
Well, this is what it comes down to, like I do a physical job, all right? So when my back is fucking killing me, like it hurts to lay down, it hurts to sit up, it just hurts. Like my back will hurt so bad it gives me headaches. It fucks up my neck. If I ask for a back rub, and I have like every time I ask you for a back rub, which isn't every fucking day, but when I do ask you, and you roll your eyes and you don't really want to do it, and you let me know you don't want to do it, like that's some bullshit.
Well, it makes you think. It's like you wait, what? Like, but you want something from me. Okay, I see how it is. And then that moment is when we start looking somewhere else, because we feel like you think I'm a hassle, and then there's that creates the issue. It's like, because we won't pick a fight with you on most things. But if we have to work harder to get you to do something nice for us, then we're done. So like, let's say you meet a guy, you go out on a date, and you say to the guy, well, look, if you ask him, what are you looking for? You want a long-term relationship, or what is this? A guy will typically lie to you based on whether or not he thinks he can get laid that night, right? And let's say you don't give it to him the first night, and things are going well, you give it up the second night, whatever. Like as long as he understands that you're looking for something in particular, and that you're willing to be there and supportive, most guys would just be happy with that.
She says, she said, you said you didn't like it when they ask questions. Is it okay to ask a dude about himself? Yeah, you can ask.
Yeah. it was a misunderstanding of what I was saying. Like, it's like you can ask me all the questions you want, I'll answer them. Just like as long as just be just like if you come off genuine, we got no problem with that. And you can ask us questions, we'll answer questions, we'll answer whatever you ask us, right? It's just we also like we just don't like to feel like we're being suffocated, right? Like,
Yes.
first of all,
Yes.
don't ask. First of all, first and most important, never ask a question you don't want to know the answer to. Never,
Also,
because
men
you will
hate-
always.
men hate when you ask us a question that's loaded. Like
Yeah.
when you ask us a question and you're trying to get at something, but you don't ask. Like, men don't like being led. We don't like being led. So like if you want to know what we want for dinner, ask us what we want for dinner, or ask us where we want to go out to eat. Don't try to subtly suggest where we're gonna go. Like, don't play the little "I'm gonna try to manipulate the situation" game. Or
Yeah.
like, what do you think?
You ask like, oh, what do you want to do? I'll take a McDonald's burger. Well, I think like the Olive Garden's having a special. It's like, bitch, if you want to go to the Olive Garden, just say you want to go to the Olive Garden. I don't need this extra stress.
Like, don't ask us a question that like a good question is, yeah, like, do these jeans make my butt look big? Like, you either know your ass looks huge in these jeans and you're asking us because you want us to lie to you, which you're just putting us in a fucked up position, or B, don't ask us questions. Like, just if you're gonna ask us a question, just get to the point. Like, we want to go from A to B, straight line. We don't want you to ask us 10 questions to get from A to B. Like, we just want to get it done. We want to get it over with. Yes, we know women are indecisive. Like, it's better to ask a woman what she doesn't want to eat than what she does want to eat, because they always don't want what you they never want what you want. Like at the end of the day, when it comes to dealing with men, we're simple creatures. Like, we don't care about your friends. We don't, like, 9 times out of 10 when you're telling us stuff about work or your friends, we're only listening and conversating with you because it's polite. Like, at the end of the day,
Yeah.
we really don't care that Sarah showed up at work
Wearing the same outfit you did.
Yeah, like, we don't care about that shit. Like, we don't like if we tell you something, don't try to read into it. Like, if I say I don't like chicken, don't try to think that chicken means
It's
this,
code
it means
word.
that. Yeah, like,
Yeah.
we don't do that. Like, we don't speak like that. Like
Yeah,
we don't.
you're always reading in between the lines. Shit, there's no lines to read in between. If I tell you,
Yeah.
my favorite color is green, it's because it's green, right? Like I had a situation, right, where I was dealing with this one chick, and I told her something meaningless. I didn't care about it, and she actually assumed that I meant the opposite of what I was saying. I was like, look, no. Like, I don't need all. I wasn't getting at anything specific. I just, no, I don't like this, or do this. And then she thought there was some kind of secret messaging in there. There's nothing. I know it wasn't very specific, but like this is the thought process of a man, right? We just say what we think because we're blunt, right? And the only time you'll see a guy trying to manipulate facts is when he feels like the answer needs to be manipulated, right? So if you ask a guy a loaded question, he'll sit there and go, oh, well, actually, what I did was, and the reason I did it was, it's like, it's not how we think.
Yeah, just be straightforward with dudes. Dudes are real simple. That's why dudes get along with each other, because we don't banter about bullshit. Like, if I want to know something, we ask. Yeah, we don't just speak to speak. It's literally like if you want to keep a man, this is all you have to do. All right, break this dude off some sex, rub his back, and give him a hot meal. That's it.
Yeah, and give him some when he doesn't ask for it.
Yeah,
Like,
if you
do shit like every once in a while. Doesn't have to be every day. Doesn't have to be every week. Doesn't have to even be every second week. Just every once in a while, you know, when you see that he's stressed out or something, do something nice for him for the sake of doing something nice and never bring it up. Just make him a sandwich, give it to him, give him a kiss on the cheek, and leave. And then after a couple hours, come back and never ask him about how the sandwich was. He just wants to, he's just like, wow, she appreciates all the shit I've done up until now. I feel love, right? That's
Like-
all they want. All we want is to feel as though you are doing shit for us because you want to, not because you're obligated to. Like, we don't want to feel like you're giving me pussy because you feel like you have to, right? Because at that point, now we're standoffish. If I come home and I'm like, man, I'm just sitting there, right? You know, just like kind of just not in a good mood, and you just walk in, you start rubbing my hammer, I just be like, huh, well, my whole day's got better now, right? But if I'm sitting there and I'm just depressed, kind of like looking off, and you're like, what is it this time? It's like, bitch, or like, yeah, so Bobby got into, I don't, can we just like let me just be pissed off for now and then come back to this in a bit, right?
there's a Chris Rock stand up where he's talking about how his dad like when he was a kid, his dad always got the big piece of chicken.
Yeah.
Like his dad, like his mom made sure his dad always got the big piece of chicken because he was the one that brought the money in. He was the one that worked all day. Fuck you, kids. Your dad gets the big piece of chicken.
Yeah.
That's it.
That's all we ask for. We just want the
to be
big piece of
appreciated for
chicken.
the shit that we do. Yeah, we just want a big piece of chicken. We want a little bit of appreciation. Like we're not
We
really
want to know,
to keep.
yeah, like we want to know that you value us for what we do and for who we are, and you value us more than you know you probably should, right? It's like we want to feel like we matter, and the best way to do it isn't by saying it. Like you can say like you did a great job, and or I really like what you did, da 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 da. We'll appreciate that, right? If you don't have to say like you don't have to like scream it from the rafters every time you see somebody that you like this guy or whatever, but it's just feeling appreciated and like a constant like having the idea that you support us and that you're behind us and that you know you're not trying to be standoffish, you're not trying to like, we don't want you to be the man, we want you to be the woman, we want you to have our back and not try to like call the plays. You're not the quarterback, you're the goddamn wide receiver. All right, we throw the ball down the field and you just follow the goddamn gameplay. All right, if I say hike hike, you're not behind me screaming hike hike. Chris Rock joke. I think it's from the same special actually. And the thing is, it's not to denigrate you because the thing is, a wide receiver is equally as important as quarterback. Okay, quarterback throws the ball, take it home, right? And it's that feeling of complete support that allows us to feel secure because all we want as men is contentment. We don't want happiness. We just want to be content. We're just happy in middle ground, right? We don't like what you like, which is a roller coaster of emotion. We can't handle it. It's too stressful. I don't like getting angry for no reason and then getting really happy. No. If that's the case, if you are taking me on a roller coaster of emotions, I'm gone. I don't like conflict unnecessarily. I will argue with somebody all day about some dumb shit, but that's on my terms. I don't like conflict for conflict's sake. I don't like doltishness for doltishness sake. I don't like foolishness. I don't like trifling. I don't like arguments. Right? If you're coming at me and trying to start a fight because you want to be angry at me, it's like, look, be angry at yourself. I'll stop talking to you. I'll ignore you for an entire day if you do that shit. Right? But if you come up to me and you just want to tell me about your day, I'll listen. Right? But give me space before you tell me about your day. do something for me. Like, if you want to tell me about your day, make me a sandwich first. So I have a sandwich to take my mind off the fact that I'm pissed off that I gotta listen to this bullshit story about fucking Carrie Ann and a goddamn well, her kid's an honor roll student. Well, fuck Carrie Ann and a goddamn student. All right, I don't give a fuck. All right, but I'll listen to it because I love you. And I got a sandwich, and you made it so it's got the extra crispy bacon, right?
Yeah, so the best advice I ever got, the guys in the union that I work with that are older than me, that are married, that have happy relationships, like the one dude's wife doesn't work. They're from the Ukraine, and his wife wakes up in the morning before he does and makes him coffee and packs his lunch. Like, listen.
Yeah. Damn.
Fuck. Like, listen, I know
kill for that.
I know a guy in the union that legitly, if like his wife would leave the house and go and buy coffee to make sure when he woke up there was coffee for him to drink before he went to work. Like,
damn.
That right there.
That's a good woman.
That right there is what men like. Like, if I can wake up and my lunch is packed, that small, tiny, that tiny little thing
make you happy for the entire day.
We don't give a fuck what's in that lunch. It doesn't fucking matter what's in that lunch. But the fact that you took the time to pack a lunch for us and we didn't have to do it,
thoughtful.
That right there is huge. That right there is a win.
That's like you realize that like there's this idea that men like the thing that gets us hard is pussy. No, the thing that gets us hard is knowing that somebody's being thoughtful, right? Like if my girl made me a lunch, you know, was being thoughtful like that, I'd be like, man, I'd marry this chick. That, right? Because we want someone we can rely on who's at least putting as much effort into the relationship as we are, right? It's like, if you gotta understand, I'm giving you my time, my attention, my money, my sympathies, my emotions, right? I don't even have emotions, but I gotta find somewhere in that black pit in my heart, you know, where I spent my entire 23 years of being alive pushing down every single emotion I have into the pit of my stomach to the point where I can't even tell a puppy it looks cute, right? And I gotta drag up all these things that I discarded and be like, oh my god, yeah, that is a really nice dress. I don't give a fuck about your dress, girl. God damn. But we'll put up with it. We'll tolerate it because we want to love and support you. And we just want to hope that you will do the same for us. Like, for example, my foster mom, right? When I was growing up, every day she made sure that there was food on the table for when my dad got home. She cooked, she cleaned, and the house was looking nice. She took care of they have their own business, so she did the accounting, and she took all the calls, and she was always nice and pleasant. And she was a great mother. And like I'm here at her house right now, right? Because I'm now looking out for them the way they looked out for me, right? And it's like I hope to God I meet a woman like my foster mom when I'm looking to get married and shit, because it's just like the way she like had his back their entire marriage. It's like, it's insane, and it's like you wish that you had something like that, and that's what you look for. And it's like, yeah, guys get into relationships for sex initially, but we all understand that goes away way faster than we ever think it would, right? We're like, we're lucky if we get some sex once every 2 weeks. Huh?
But not even that. When it comes, a man can't love a woman that he hasn't had sex with.
Yeah. Well, it's like you're not really in a relationship with a woman if you hadn't nailed it. Like, I mean, like, look, if it's one thing if you're both virgins, but if you both been throwing around pussy and dick, like it's going out of business. Like, look, you gotta understand it. It's like this, right?
No, what I'm saying is,
you as a sorry.
What I'm saying is, like you were saying,
I almost did say sandwich.
I really don't have a whole lot of emotions, all right? And even if I have sex with a woman, I can go years of dating a woman before I'm in love with a woman. Like, that if you want a emotional bond with a man to be made, he's not going to be able to make that bond unless he's had sex with you.
Yeah.
So, like there's a joke that Patrice O'Neal used to say. They would be like, how long you been with your wife? No, we don't.
I remember that joke.
We don't hate when women say they like funny guys, because as guys we know that we have to be funny. But there's a Patrice O'Neal joke where he says, they're like, how long you been with your girl? And he goes, if you ask her, she'll say 7 years. If you ask me, I'd say about 3. And
Yeah.
the joke is pretty much the whole time they've been together, his girl was like, she was into him, like she wanted to be with him. It took him 4 years before he actually was taking her seriously. Like,
Yeah.
men don't fall into love quickly or fall into emotions quickly with women, but once men do, men are stuck. Women
We fall hard.
We fall really hard.
See,
A man will go
women,
kill a
yeah.
village for the love of a woman. A
Yeah.
man will lay on a sword for the love of a woman.
Yeah, like
Stop.
it's the opposite. It's the opposite, right? So it's like a woman falls in love fast and fleeting, right? So she'll fall in love with you real fast and she'll fall out of love just as fast. Guys, it's a slow burn, but when we're into you, we are so into you that we like he said, we'll commit genocide in your name. Like what this one guy called my bitch ugly, him and his entire family line, they died tonight. Right? It's like you, if someone talks shit to you, you feel the immediate need to just nail them. Just take their face, put it through a goddamn wall because they disrespected my girl. It's like guys will do anything to protect the woman they love once they've fallen, and it takes them a long time to fall out. Once you finally give it into those detestable emotions that we try so hard to bury, it's like they take hold of us, and when you leave and break us, it breaks us way harder and way longer. Like it takes a girl 2 weeks to get over some guy she fucked. It takes a guy 2 years.
It doesn't even. It's not even that. When women break up with you, they've already got something else lined up. Like women don't leave unless there's already another thing on the stove.
There's some dick waiting.
But with men, like the most pain I've had in life has come from women.
Mm-hmm.
Like the loss of a woman, the vengeance a woman has, all the struggles in my life that have come from an outside source besides myself has always been from the blade of a woman. And with women, like the greatest honor a woman can give a man is to bear his kids. Like that is if you love a man, you will carry his children. Like that's just the fact. Like there's no higher appreciation to a man than to have to give birth to his children. And the way that society looks at children nowadays, like listen, I got 2 baby moms, and like I'm not saying that I did it right, but like we have broken down the respect of men so much that now women will have a kid by anybody, that it's diluted the actual essence. Like men love women, women love men through the child.
And it's like see like as men, like well, here's the thing though. Here's the thing that a lot of women get twisted is they think that like if they have this kid, the man will love them. It's not. It depends. If you're fucking an ain't shit nigga, you're gonna get ain't shit children. And if like it's just you're just putting yourself in a bad situation. If you're gonna lay down with a guy, make sure you understand the guy.
Yeah, but at the end
Make
of the
sure
day,
he's gonna stick around first.
What it comes down to though is like I love my son to death. Love him to death. My daughter, I have a lot harder time with my daughter because I hate her mom.
That is very true.
And my like with when I had my son, I would go out of my way to give my son's mom money. I had her stay with me. I helped fix her car. Whenever she needed me, anytime she needed me, I was there. But because I did that, she fucked me over more and more and more to the point where now like I don't give a fuck. Like I don't care if you're starving. I don't care. Like I just don't care. I'm not doing shit. I'm not doing
Yeah, I'll go
damn
pick up my son, take him to McDonald's, and I'll I'll drop him off after he's fed. You can keep being hungry though. Nah, but it's like yeah, all we ask for you um is that you give unto us just a little bit, right? Because like guys, we're guarded for a reason. We're guarded because we feel as though um it can all disappear tomorrow, right? It's like have you ever been in a relationship where you think everything's going great and then it just turns to shit, and then you try I'll tell you, man, like I struggled through a brutal relationship that I shouldn't have let it go on as long as it did, but it's like I kept feeling like I could fix it. I'm like I didn't want to admit defeat because I'm like all hope isn't lost. I can still fix this, and it's like I was doing everything and I was contributing 100% of the work. Where it started off is I was giving 35%, and she somehow duped me into giving her 100. I started the relation off at 10%. I knocked it up to 13%, went all the way to 35%, and then somehow, about a year in, I was doing 100% of the work, and I thought like this is my fault that shit isn't working out. And once I was out, and I took all that as a retrospective. I realized I'm like, fuck, nah, she wasn't doing anything, and I was doing all the fucking work. And then that turns to hatred real fast, and you realize it because you started thinking like all the things that made you miserable was that person's fault. So as long as you're just doing enough, whereas we feel as though it's more than what we get usually, like we're extremely appreciative. Like if you're dating a bunch of bums in the past or something where like the guy's a dickhead, I can't help you with that. But the vast majority of guys, we just want someone who we can feel will do for us what we do for them, right? And they'll treat us like we're actually important, we matter, and that our contributions are important, right? It's like we just want to be good dads and good husbands. That's all we want to do.
Yeah.
And if the
So
women were around, yeah, go on.
Nate, so what we're saying is there's nothing wrong with giving it up. Like what I'm saying is there's nothing wrong with giving it up, but you shouldn't be having unprotected sex with a dude that you've only been sleeping with for 6 months. You shouldn't be having unprotected, like you should be on the pill. You should be as a woman should always be taking precautions because at the end of the day you're the one that ends up pregnant. And also if I have AIDS and I give you AIDS and you didn't have AIDS prior to that, you're just putting yourself at risk by not having sex with a condom. So like regardless of giving it up or not giving it up, you should still always take precautions, and you shouldn't just be letting random dudes blow loads in you because that's just not good. That's not good. Like why do you think AIDS is so bad?
Well, like AIDS is not that big of a deal. It's a misnomer, right? It's that means only bags.
I agree, but the reason that it was so bad in the gay community was because they were having unprotected sex all the time. Because we can't get pregnant, and then boom, AIDS happened. So like, if you're having sex at all, you should always protect yourself, no matter what.
Well, it's like the thing is, it's like just like to answer Nate's question, because he's saying that like you're saying give it up after 3 dates. It's about market value, bro. Right? It's like, look, if it's a girl who's around your age, let's say you're 25 years old, if she's only been with 2 guys, or if she's got like a high market value, you can wait. But if she's a town fucking light switch, everyone gets a chance to turn her on and off. Then like, look, you're not gonna expect that you're gonna have to wait that long, right? If you're a guy who wait fucking 6 months for a girl who bangs on the first date, you're an idiot, right? And like it's about the market value, right? But the thing is, what I was saying to her is, don't treat yourself like a skank, but don't right. So like what Red was saying, take precautions. Don't just spread your legs and let the dude blow a load in you, right? You can spread your legs, but make sure either he's rubbered up or you're pilled up. If you want to let him blow a load, you gotta be pilled up. Don't be having bastards for bastards' sakes.
And the other thing you should have to understand is the older women get, the less value women have sexually. Because if I'm 35 and I make $100,000 a year, why would I go and have sex with a 35-year-old woman when I can still pull a 25-year-old woman? Like,
Fuck, you can pull a 19-year-old with that much money.
Like
Easily.
as women get older, their fertility goes down, and they're like, women are valued for their fertility and their youth. Men are valued for their assets. That's why men in their early 20s aren't worth nothing. That's why when you were in high school, the girls in high school dated guys in college. The guys in college dated the girls in college dated guys that were out of college. That's why like my sister's her husband is like 10 years older than she is. He's like 40 and she's 30. Like,
yeah,
women always want security, and older men have security, because when you're in your 20s, men don't have any money. We're broke. We're just dick. That's all we got. So like when I hit 30 years old,
good physique.
When I'm 35, 33 years old and I make more money than a 20-year-old guy, I have more opportunities for the chicks in their 20s than I did when I was 20. And when the closer the woman gets to 40, where she can't have children, the men that are worth value, the guys that make money, they're either taken or they're not going to settle down. They're going to play their options. So at the end of the day, like, you have to understand what it is. Like, when a woman is 18, she's worth $1 million. When she's 35, she's not banging tens like she was when she was hot and 20. Like, if you think that because you had 10s 10 years ago or 15 years ago, that's just not the case. So, just like when dudes are younger, listen, it's easier for a dude to have sex. Like, it's easier for a dude when he's younger to have sex with a woman in her 30s than it is to have sex with a chick his age. Like, when I was 23, I was banging a 40-year-old.
Yeah, because it's the opposite, right? Like everything with men and women is reversed, right? It's like what features girls like on men, guys hate on women. What features guys like on women, girls hate on men. What guys have to offer when they're young is what women hate, right? And what women have to offer when they're old is what guys hate, right? And it's not like here's the thing, right? It has nothing to like a guy who's dating you, or is like, let's say you're advanced in years and you're like 34. Doesn't mean no guy will date you, right? It just means that like you got to look for a guy who wants to settle down, right?
No, this is what it means. Okay, so when you're 24, okay, if you're decent looking at 24, all right, you can date a guy. You can date a guy that is like, say you're a 7, all right, or an 8. You can date an 8 or a 9 or a 10. If you're a 10, you can date anybody. But when you're 35 and a 10, all right, you're really in market value. Like, have you ever heard of like a Midwest 10? Like, have you ever heard that term?
Yeah, they had a whole show called Hot in Cleveland.
Correct.
40-year-old brides.
So a 10 that's in Cleveland goes thinks she's going to be a model and moves to LA, and then she sees what real tens look like. She's only cute and good looking in our small area. But when you go to the bigger ponds, it's the same thing with women. When women hit 35, they're outgrowing the pond. Like, you have women that are younger than you, that are better looking than you. You're not going to be able to compete with those women at that same level. So the problem that happens is these dudes have sex with a woman, and like if a dude that's a 10 has sex with a chick when she's 30, and she keeps whoring around or doing whatever she's doing for 5-10 years, when she hits 40, she assumes that she had a 10 years ago or 5 years ago, that she can still get that same quality of man, and that's just not the case.
You gotta lower your standards at that point. Yeah, see, the thing is, the best thing to do is to find a man, get wifed up when you're young, and then you'll have that security for the rest of your life, provided that you're not a cunt. But as long as you're a reasonable person and you do for men, thing is, like they say the key to a happy life is a happy wife. The key to a happy life is a happy husband. And people don't like to believe that or admit that, but it's true, because it's easier to keep a husband happy than to keep a wife happy. And you want to keep your husband happy because then he'll do anything to make you happy. Right? If I know that I got a girl who's there, who's always supportive, who does nice shit for me without even being asked, who goes out of her way, jumps fucking like small hurdles, like what I think is a big deal really isn't that big of a deal. Like, again, just a fucking hot meal and a pat on the back saying you did a good job, right? And never having to beg you or argue or fight you over sex. Right? It's like, as long as those are on the table and that's what I'm being treated to, I don't need anything else. I don't want it. I don't care.
Also, here's a fun fact. There are times in men's life where they don't want to have sex. That's a fact.
Yeah. When we start getting older, we lose our drive.
Well, it's not even that. Even if you're 25 and you have a high sex drive, there are still times that, like, you've had sex 3 times yesterday and 2 times the day before that, and you just work 12 hours. Like, I really am not that into it, but I'm not going to say no. Like, men don't turn down sex. Like, we don't.
No, because we know if we do, we don't get it again.
Yeah. So
I dare you tell a bitch her pussy smells funny. Watch it never let you down there again. Guarantee it. Guarantee you say anything negative about a girl's box and she's not gonna open her legs for you no more.
Like, the fact of the matter is men never turn down sex because we know that sex gets used, it gets withheld from us. But if you told a woman that you didn't want to have sex, she feels offended. But
yeah, she's like, how dare you?
But, like, if a dude asks a chick to have sex and she says no, like, most chicks think that's completely okay.
Yep.
Like, that's a
reverse.
Like, oh, I have a headache. Oh, I'm tired. Like, yeah, like, I'm tired too. I just worked 12 hours and I'm the one that's going to be doing all these push-ups and sit-ups and all these pelvis thrusts and lunges. You're just going to be laying there. So,
like a starfish. My legs all cramped up, and you're laughing at me. We got a Charlie was like, look at my leg, right? You just there laughing like, oh my god, he's making all kinds of faces and shit.
You ever get a Charlie horse in your leg so bad that, like, you couldn't move your leg? Like, your toes were curled, but you're still like,
you keep thrusting. You play through the pain.
You're like,
my coach told me, play through the pain. Play through the pain, Stevlin. You gotta keep going. You gotta keep going. I just always imagine my coach just standing behind me going, come on, couple more reps. You can do it. Don't pussy out on me now. I'm doing it.
Yeah, so, like,
I cramped up one time so bad that right after I finished, I rolled over on my back. For like 5 minutes.
Yeah, like this is the thing. If you keep the easiest way to keep a man, this is like, I've been told this by many of couples that are women that have been married long times, and it was legitly this: keep his balls empty and keep his stomach full, and boom, you'll have him for life.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Right? If like I've been saying this entire time, it's like we just want to feel appreciated. And if we're never asking to feel appreciated, right? It's like that's the one thing. It's like you never want to be asking for an attaboy. No guy runs around going like appreciate me, appreciate me, appreciate me, because you know that no one respects you if you do that. But like if you do it and I don't ask you for it, do you know how much of a big deal that is? It's like we don't get appreciation, not in this society. No man is appreciated for going to work and paying bills. It's expected. You know how obnoxious that is? It's expected. I don't have to do shit for you, but I do it because I'm supposed to, right? But it's like it blows my mind. Women can be bums, deadbeats, gold diggers. They could leech off your life, and still it doesn't matter because they're perfect. But a guy's a deadbeat bum, stay-at-home dad, and we find them as human leeches. We hate them. They're parasites.
Listen, a woman can work at Wendy's. She could be asking me for if I want fries with that, and I could be a millionaire, and I can literally not care where she works and marry that broad. If a woman has money, she's not worried about the dude that's asking her if she wants fries.
Yeah, yeah. It's about the reverse, right? Like a guy doesn't care what you do, where you come from, or who you are, right? Like again, I'm a construction worker, right? I don't give a shit if you're a doctor or homeless. If you're attractive, I'll stick my dick in it. Say the same thing about women. They can't, right? Because the thing is, we understand that we can raise you up. That's what we want to do. We want to we're like if as long as you're attractive, and the thing is, you don't even have to be attractive. You just have to you just have to be, yeah, you just have to be attracted to us, and that's a fucking sliding scale. That shit can you only ugly bitches that shouldn't have kids have kids.
This is
Look at the Rock's ex-wife. She shouldn't have had any kids.
The Rock
should have been sterile. Ugh. She looked like a goddamn pit bull.
I don't know if you know this, but if you go and look at if you go to Walmart, okay.
No, she work at Arby's. It's already burned down. She got no job.
Yeah, but I'm saying if you look at them saying that men put unrealistic standards on women. If you go to Walmart right now, you'll see some 500 to 600 pound short chick rolling around, fat as fuck with 6 kids, and some dude that's shorter than her rolling around behind her.
Hey, you'll see even worse.
You do not see a fine chick walking through the store, or walking through Walmart, or walking down the street with some ugly looking dude that doesn't have money.
Well, it depends, right? Cause look, I'm not a looker. I'd say I'm a decently attractive guy, but I wouldn't say I'm no 10 out of 10. And I've pulled down hot bitches, and I'm broke as shit because I'm a construction worker, right? We make a good living, but we ain't rich. The difference is I'm a confident motherfucker who thinks I'm basically like the second coming of Jesus. Now that's not true, big man. I love you, but it's I have an ego on me, and that allows me to treat women who are way more attractive, way out of my league, like they're on my level. Because I talk to my boss like he's beneath me, right? If everybody else is calling him boss, I'm calling him Scotty boy. Like, hey Scotty, how you doing? I'm treating you like you're on my level. Like I talk to God like he was my brother. I wouldn't even sweat it. I talk to the CEO like the CEO's like he's coming in, walking out and said, nah, man, you're not above me. We're on the same level. I'm looking him right in the eye, right? So that's why I can get away with that shit, right? But there's a lot of people who can't. But I've seen some really okay looking niggas, and I'll tell you they're okay because I noticed they even exist. Because you'll know that some guy's an average looking guy if you walk right past them. You don't even know they exist. But I look at the guy, and the only reason I know he's even slightly, better than average is because I'm looking at his girl going like, nigga, you look like you and you're with, huh? I'm like, you're
Yeah.
too not ugly to be with this bitch. Like she should be dating a gremlin. You're 6'1". You should at least have a 7. I'm actually angry at him for dating someone that ugly. I'm like, you should be ashamed of yourself. He's dating a girl with some gap teeth, one tooth sticking out like this, the other tooth going up like this, right? And she's like 600 pounds, like a gremlin.
But you won't see a gremlin dude with a fine chick. You won't see it unless unless he's got a bankroll that makes him look 12 feet tall.
Look, that doesn't even work sometimes. Look at just Google Big Ed. That guy fucking pisses me off. Look like a goddamn potato.
But Big Ed isn't wealthy. He's not super wealthy rich.
He's pretty wealthy. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, but the chick he was talking to, she wasn't a 10. She was an average woman from the Philippines.
You know what I'm talking about.
And he also is a super insecure dude.
That's what like really you think as though you're gonna feel bad for the guy, but you hate him because he's such an insecure little piece of shit.
I don't feel bad for any
kimono. God, I thought I was gonna pity him because I'm like, you're just so ugly. Like I have to be sympathetic.
He has no chin.
He has no neck. He's a potato. He's a potato with legs.
He literally has like the least defined chin I've ever seen on a man.
Google James Ellsworth and come back to me. Dare you Google it? Google James Ellsworth and come back to me. Just go wait for the shock horror on your face when you see his face.
I still think he has a better. I think he has a better chin than Ed.
Yo, your boy Nate knows who James Ellsworth is. Apparently, Ed's worth $80,000, $800,000, $800. He's worth $800,000. That's a lot of money for some nobody. Some midget potato man.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Even with Ed being worth $800,000, like he got a basic Filipino chick, like basic.
Yeah.
Like she was your average chick. She wasn't like that's what I'm saying. Like
that had a lot to do with him being 5'2", though.
Dude, I don't care if I'm 5 foot tall. If I was worth $1 billion, I'm pulling a 10.
Oh, easily.
Look at what's old boy's name that had the radio station? Tom.
Which radio station?
He was out in like the California area back in like the 90s and 2000s. He stopped having a show like in just like 5, 6, 7 years ago. Tom
Leykis?
Tom Leykis. Look at Tom Leykis, bro.
I'll look him up. Tom Leykis.
Here, I'll show you a picture of him right here.
All right. Cool. Where's the picture? Jesus!
This dude right here, bro. He banged broads, bro. This dude banged broads.
That dude looks like he fell out the ugly tree and hit every branch on the way down. And the goddamn tree fell over on him. Yo, look at Harvey Weinstein. He got himself a lot of pussy.
You see this guy right here?
Money, power, and confidence.
So look. Tom Leykis, American talk show host, worth of $22 million. And I know he's actually worth more than that.
It's a good question. Actually, I'm not 100% sure on that because we like being liked. I mean, my ex asked me out. I didn't ask her out. All right, and we like the idea of a girl who likes us because it makes things easy, especially if like we work with them or if we know them, because just as nervous as you are about making the first move, we are as well because we have to do it. We know you
Not
won't
really.
do it.
No,
I mean, in the beginning.
Listen, we're not nervous. We're not nervous. This is what it comes down to. Michelle, if I walked up on you and I saw like you had this big old bubble ass, and I said something to you and you gave me your number. I don't care if you hit me up first or if I hit you up first. It doesn't matter, and it doesn't matter. The problem women get into games is because that's a game. If you saw me and you looked at me and you got moist for 2 seconds and gave me your number, for you to think that you had to come up with a mathematical equation to optimize your probability of getting near me again, I don't want to seem too thirsty, but I don't want to seem too cold. I don't think the 24 hours is good. But I think 72, like if you have to do a fucking mathematical equation to hit me back up, then you've lost because it's not that hard.
Yeah,
Like,
just message him.
we saw your big old juicy ass and we wanted to see it without clothes on. So we came up to you and put ourselves out there for you to give us our number or to give us your number. We just want to talk to you. We're literally not thinking any of this like, well, I'm going to see when she hits me up or if she responds.
Yeah, guys don't think like that at all.
We don't think like that. Like we saw you.
Yeah.
We saw you. We got your number. We're trying to come see you tonight. Kind of trying to come see you tomorrow. We want to come see you as soon as possible for you and us.
And at that point, you just define the term.
Women make shit too complicated.
Yeah, the only person making things complicated in your relationship is you. If you feel like there's something going on, there's something fishy, like any kind of fuck shit going on, it's probably you just overthinking something small. All right? Now, that's not to say that there isn't times when some shit happens, but it's like 9 times out of 10, you create the problem for yourself. Right? Like, I was thinking about if like this is a work colleague, right? That would be a reason why to avoid it. Because if you get like if you approach a girl, right, and you're dealing with a situation where there's someone you work with, there's someone you know well, and she rejects you, now you got to think about your boys hearing about it and right giving you shit for it for a couple weeks. You're like, I don't want to deal with that. But if you've already swapped numbers with somebody, right? And that means they've given you their number and you got their. And like once the numbers have been agreed upon, just message a person. Who gives a shit? Like a guy can't because we have to play your game, but a girl doesn't have to play no game. You guys have a cheat code. You have a pussy. until I get that pussy, I'm gonna do whatever the fuck it is you want me to do to get there.
Like
now it is.
At the end of the day. We see you. We like how we see how you look. We want to see you naked. All right. We want
Yeah.
to eliminate as much bullshit between us seeing you and getting you naked as possible. So as soon as you start adding mathematical equations and start using the fucking astrology to line up the stars to where you can have sex with us or go on a date with us, you are too much. It's too much.
Yeah, you want to know how? You want to know if you can have sex with a guy? Just ask him.
Like, if you're gonna tell me that you can't have sex with me for 3 weeks because Aries is in the wrong part of the solar system right at this point in the sky, and we have to wait till the energies of the stars are better for our
Chakras.
formulation of, our chakras and formulation of spirits, then I don't need to talk to you because that you are crazy and you are lightweight doing some witchcraft. And like, if you're interested in it, like, here's another thing, and I'm gonna tell this to you for all the guys out there listening, because I know every person that's a man that's gonna see this video is going to completely agree with me when I say this. If you do not want to see what my wang looks like ever in life, do not give me your number. Don't
Yeah,
give me your
pretty
number,
much.
because
Don't try to be my friend.
men hate when you give us your number, and then we text you and you give us 1 to 3 word answers, and you just want us to give you attention that you're never going to go on a date with us. You're never going to bust it open for us. We're never going to see you other than when you need an emotional tampon or you're not feeling sexy. You reach out to us or talk to us because you need attention. We hate that shit. If you aren't going to ever, you know, as soon as you see a guy, if you're going to bust it open or not. If you know that you're never going to bust it open for us, don't give us your number. Just don't do it.
Don't do it. Because that's gonna piss a guy right the fuck off. It's like, look, I don't mind if you don't sleep with me right away. Right? My problem is don't lead me on like I got a chance if I don't.
Because
That
women
pissed me right off.
Women know off Jump Street. They know immediately.
Yeah.
Their vagina
Like-
has already done the calibrations to know if it's going to open or if it's not going to open. This isn't a bank. This isn't a fucking time safe. This doesn't open up on the 3rd Wednesday of every month. That, like, you know damn well if you're not going to bust it open, don't try to act like it might change. It's not going to change. You know it. I know it. You know when you go on a date with a dude if you're going to give him some sex that night or not. Women take
like
an
guys
extra pair of panties with them. They know what's going to happen off the jump.
Yeah. Like guys are we're very straightforward, right? If you ever want to know how a guy feels about you, it's not hard to find out. It's really not, right? It's like we're not trying to play any kind of games. We think we have to because like you're the ones who set it up. We just have to jump through the hoops. But if we could avoid all that fuck shit and just have a relationship where there's no kind of conflict, no kind of nonsense, no dotishness that I gotta figure you out because you felt something like the moon is disaligned from the stars or some shit. Now I gotta check your horoscope and find the hypotenuse of your goddamn personality today. It's like, Jesus fucking Christ, woman. I just don't have the time for this. It's like I'd rather just
If we got to do the national, if we're either Tom Hanks or Nicolas Cage in American Treasure or in the Da Vinci Code, National Treasure. If we have to go on a treasure map quest that's 300 years old to figure out where and when we can have sex with you, you are doing way too much.
Yeah, you're playing too many games, right? It's like it really is easy to understand men. Like we're not complicated. Like women constantly. You know how many times I heard a girl tell me men are so difficult to understand. It's like, no, we're not. You want to know something? Ask. Don't ask a question that has no answer. Don't bullshit me. If you want to know what I think, just ask me. I'll tell you, right? Because I don't care. At the end of the day, I just like if it doesn't cause me stress, just ask. Like if you want to know what I want to eat, don't want to eat something yourself. Just be like, I would just go in there going like, well, I know whatever he eats, I'm gonna eat. Right? I'm an easy guy to eat with. I like cheeseburgers. I'm not fucking complicated. I don't think about no special shit. If you want to go to a fancy restaurant, say it. I'll take you. I clean up nice. But if you wanna if you wanna know what I want to eat, the answer is 9 times out of 10, a steak or cheeseburgers. I'm not complicated. Give me some fries, cheeseburger, some bacon, more crispy like Applewood. I don't fucks with none of that half-ass bacon. I like my pork extra crispy, right? It's like that. I'm not asking for much, and I don't expect much. But if you want to go to some fancy Italian restaurant, then tell me that. But don't give me this idea of choice, and then be surprised when my choice is stupid or it's not what you want. Because it's never gonna be what you want. Because I'm not thinking about what you want. You ask me about what I want. What I want is to sit down on my ass with a cheeseburger on my stomach and watch sports. As long as Colin Kaepernick is nowhere near it.
Yeah, he loves sandwiches.
And a sandwich.
Yeah.
Man, you see, Nick, you get me. I want a sandwich, the lettuce, bacon, tomato, mayonnaise, a little bit of cheese. Actually, a lot of cheese. Love me on some of that cheese. You know, maybe throw some a little bit of chicken in there, turkey, all kinds of fowl. The extra crunch. Put on some one of them, what do you call them? Rustic buns, Portuguese style. I'll be all up in that motherfucker, just snacking on it, just delicious.
At the end of the day, like 9 times out of 10, I don't care where we go to eat because I'll find whatever's on the menu no matter what. There's always something there that I'll eat because I'm not picky. I'll eat fucking if I'm hungry, I'll eat fucking shoe leather if I put some cheese and bacon on that bitch. Like I'll eat a turd if it's covered in cheese and fucking hot sauce. Like,
you gotta get the good bacon. If I'm bringing home the bacon, it's Applewood smoked bacon. Gonna get that good shit.
It's the white dude in you. But it's that Irish.
It's the Irish in me, man. Gotta have that mayo. I don't eat my fries with no ketchup. Ketchup's some pussies. Gotta get mayo in my fries.
I don't
Delicious.
I don't eat mayonnaise.
What?
Mayonnaise.
How do you not eat mayonnaise? Jesus. This man don't eat mayonnaise.
I don't eat mayonnaise, and I eat hot sauce and spicy food. I eat hot like if you were to go with a stereotype of what like all the stereotypes that black people are known for, like that's me. Like I like hot food. I love fried chicken. Like all the stereotypes that are the racist stereotypes is me. My son's mom, she doesn't like hot food. I'm more. If you were to go off of a stereotype, I'm more of the stereotype than she is.
Yeah.
Guys, it's been about 5 hours. I'm about to get off here and rest my neck. Tomorrow, I'm gonna have an interview with my dude Alex. I hope to see you guys. I hope to see you guys there tomorrow. I appreciate you guys' love and support. If you could do me a favor, hit the like button, leave me a comment, share my videos, help me with the algorithms. That would definitely appreciate. Also, I dropped a link for some of my photography if you want to check that out. Also, you can get that shit printed out on merch and whatnot. So if you want to help support the channel and you find something you like, go ahead and check it out. I also have a Patreon you guys can check out. And you guys can always hit me up on Facebook, Instagram, or Twitter. Savage Red Recovery. I will see you guys later, and I appreciate the conversation. Peace.
All right. Yeah, and make sure to check out my channels, Crass Culture. I've been out here for almost 5 hours. Think I provided some entertainment. I just want to say, Michelle, right? You seem like a nice young lady. You should have no problems as long as you implement some of the advice we told you. Just be honest and straightforward. Games ain't necessary, right? You want to know a guy, just ask a guy. We're really like, God made us dumb and straightforward and blunt. We're just honest. If the guy you're dating is convoluted, then he's an idiot, and you need to balance. If the guy, like, just ask him and make
And
sure
when in
you get
doubt-
that good bacon.
And when
None
you're
of that half-ass shit.
when you're in doubt, give him a sandwich.
Exactly. The sandwich cures all. You get into a big argument with your husband, your boyfriend. You wanna fix that? Applewood smoked bacon between two delicious brioche buns. With that lettuce, bacon, cheddar, and mayo. I'll tell you right now, can't stay mad on a full stomach. No, you can't. And if you ain't making a sandwich, he's getting it somewhere else.
All right, guys. I will see you guys tomorrow. I'll have some.
All right, man.
I'll upload some recorded videos tomorrow as well, and Sunday. I will see you guys soon.
Easy.